Good morning, everyone. Today is March 26, 2024. My name is Andrew Ngao, and I am a utilities engineer with the Grid Resiliency and Microgrids team in Energy Division at the California Public Utilities Commission. And we are here for the Rulemaking 19-09-009 workshop, where we will have parties in this proceeding present their Track 5 proposals on a multi-property microgrid tariff. On the screen here, you can see the WebEx and call-in information. You can join by computer using the links shown on the slide, or by phone using the numbers and access code provided. We recommend that you join by computer so you can use your computer's audio, the raise hand function, the Q&A function, and see the slides that we'll be presenting. Just a few notes about today's presentation. Today's presentation will be available on the...
Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound.
Today's presentation will be available on the Resiliency and Microgrids website link.
Sorry, Andrew. Jeremy, can you mute your audio, please? Thank you.
All right. Today's presentation will be available on the Resiliency and Microgrids website linked here. This entire meeting will be recorded, and the recording will be posted to the Resiliency and Microgrids website after this meeting. Just as a note, while one or more commissioners and or their staff may be present, no decisions will be made at this meeting. Just a few WebEx logistics before we get started. All attendees are muted on entry by default. We have two ways you can ask your questions when we come to the Q&A portions. The first is the use of the raise hand function. You can raise your hand by going to the participants window and using the raise hand button as pointed out, or at the bottom center of your screen, there should be a little hand icon that you can click on to raise your hand. We will go ahead and unmute you to ask your question and potentially any follow-up discussion that could follow within reason, and depending on how many people have their hands raised. If you finish asking your question, please go ahead and lower your hand. If you have another one, go ahead and raise your hand again. That will help us put questions in order for people who raise their hands. Just as a note, in the Q&A portion, please go ahead and state your name and your affiliation just to make sure we know who you are. You can also ask your questions in written form using the Q&A function. At the bottom right corner, there's a little box with a question mark. There you can type in your question and we will go ahead and answer it during the Q&A portion. Another note is that you can turn on closed captioning for this meeting. In the bottom left corner, there's a small icon that says CC. Clicking on that will enable closed captions for this meeting. We found that the WebEx closed caption feature has pretty good voice recognition, but we will be sure to speak clearly so that the feature works as well as it can. A quick look at our agenda. I will be turning this over to Patrick Saxton, who will go over the proceeding background, multi-property tariff guiding principles and requirement. Then I will turn it over to the parties to present their proposals for a multi-property microgrid tariff. Each presentation will be followed by a Q&A portion. The presentation order today will start with a joint presentation by Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric, collectively known in this proceeding as the Joint IOUs. The second presentation is by the Microgrid Resources Coalition. We will then have a 60-minute lunch break. Then the third presentation is by Applied Medical Resources. The fourth presentation is by Clean Coalition. The fifth presentation is by Green Power Institute. After that, we will have a 15-minute break. Then a sixth presentation by PearlX. The seventh and final presentation is by Sunnova Community Microgrids California. Once the last Q&A portion is done, we will then end the workshop with closing remarks. With that, I'll hand it off to Pat.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Saxton. I'm a senior utilities engineer on the Grid Resiliency and Microgrids team here in Energy Division at the CPUC. Senate Bill 1339 was signed by the governor in 2018 and required the California Public Utilities Commission, in cooperation with California Energy Commission and the California Independent System Operator, to facilitate the commercialization of microgrids for the distribution customers of large electrical corporations. This proceeding, R.19-09-009, was opened in September 2019, and the Commission has approved 5 decisions since then. In June of 2020, the Track 1 decision accelerated resiliency projects in response to wildfire risks and public safety power shutoffs. And most relevant to the current activities in the proceeding, it approved PG&E's Community Microgrids Enablement Program and Tariff. And that tariff has been updated several times since then. Next slide, please. In January of 2021, the Track 2 decision approved several actions to facilitate more complex microgrids and satisfied the majority of the requirements in Senate Bill 1339. And relevant to today's efforts, it ordered the creation of the Microgrid Incentive Program to support multi-property microgrids, or sometimes referred to as community microgrids, in disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. In July of 2021, there was a decision to suspend the capacity reservation component of the standby charge for microgrids that meet certain conditions. And in December of 2021, there was an approval for 4 San Diego gas and electric battery storage resources located at substations to both support system reliability and local resiliency. In April of 2023, there was a decision approving the Microgrid Incentive Program implementation plan. Next slide, please. And that brings us to our current Track 5, where we're focused on the development of a multi-property microgrid tariff. The assigned Commissioner's Office scoping memo asks the following questions. What guiding principles should be adopted to assist in the development of a multi-property microgrid tariff? Should the large electrical IOUs form a multi-property tariff for statewide application? Should such a tariff be modeled from PG&E's Community Microgrid Enablement Tariff? And should the tariff align with or impact environmental and social justice communities? In March of this year, the proceeding was reassigned to President Alice Reynolds when Commissioner Shiroma retired. Next slide, please. There were administrative law judge rulings in August and October of 2023, which laid out the following guiding principles for the development of a multi-property microgrid tariff. The rules, terms, and conditions that define the relationship between the utility and the microgrid must be provided. Any tariff should align with applicable Commission policies and state and local permitting requirements. It should also align with existing electric service rules and existing interconnection processes. Next slide, please. The tariff should provide for equitable electric service and universal access while also avoiding discriminatory practices. The tariff must avoid cross-subsidization and cost shifting between participants and non-participants, with cost shifting prohibited in Public Utilities Code 8371D. And finally, the tariff must contain adequate information so that it can be evaluated by Commission staff, utilities, and other parties. Next slide, please. Those fall of 2023 ALJ rulings also laid out requirements that any proposals for a multi-property microgrid tariff must follow. First, comply with the Public Utilities Code Section 218 rules for electrical corporations. This is often referred to as the over-the-fence rule. A tariff proposal must define and standardize technical, operational, and regulatory requirements for microgrids that would utilize the utilities distribution system when providing resiliency services. Roles, responsibilities, and requirements for all parties need to be defined and during all grid conditions. The proposal must prioritize safety and system reliability, which includes, but is not limited to, public and worker safety, utility system protection, and cybersecurity. Next slide, please. Tariff proposals must comply with existing rules, regulations, and other tariffs. And if barriers or conflicts are identified, potential solutions must be proposed. The tariff should allow for the utility to always maintain control of its distribution system. Resources need to have the ability to operate in parallel with the utility and must be interconnected to the utility's distribution system. A tariff proposal will not prohibit any specific generation resource technologies, and it will require those resources to comply with all applicable emission standards. Ownership of generation and storage resources will not be restricted. Next slide, please. And if those resources are third-party owned, they will not be unduly restricted from participating in markets or programs or providing services during normal grid conditions, sometimes referred to as blue sky conditions. A tariff proposal will address service quality for any electricity delivered and establish mechanisms ensuring consumer and ratepayer protections. It will also address communications and telemetry between the microgrid and its resources and the utility. If applicable, it will address metering, billing, and settlement processes for delivered electricity and explain how pricing is established. Next slide, please. On October 9th, 2023, the large electrical IOUs submitted their tariff proposals as ordered. On December 15th, 2023, 6 parties submitted voluntary proposals for their multi-property microgrid tariffs. Those were the Applied Medical Resources Corporation, the Clean Coalition, the Green Power Institute, the Microgrid Resources Coalition, PearlX Infrastructure, and Sunnova Community Microgrids. We'll be hearing from all of these parties today as they present on their submitted proposal. That's my last slide, and we will be moving to the utility presentation now. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Moving to our first proposal by the Joint IOUs, starting with Jeremy. Please take it away.
Can folks hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So I apologize, everyone. I am having some audio issues here. So my microphone on my computer works better, but I'm not getting audio out of it. So I will not actually be able to hear anyone talking. So hopefully people won't interject with questions. Welcome, everyone. I am happy to be here today, and let me get my camera turned on. Really hate to start a meeting like this. Happy to be here today. This feels like the culmination of it is the culmination of years of effort on PG&E's part and my part. I've been engaged on this topic really since 2019. So we're gonna have 3 different people present today. First, I will present, and it's really a bit of a prequel, if you will, to how all this started. And then we'll have Stacy jump in with an overview of the scope and key elements of our tariff. And then Edwin will close us out with a description of the differences between our tariffs. There are limited differences, and we wanted to highlight those for the parties. Many of you may know that PG&E actually developed the first iteration of our tariff years ago. We've been working at this for quite some time. And what I'm going to do is kind of share the history of how this all developed over time. Next slide, please. So in developing our tariff, we didn't just start from scratch. What we did is we looked around to figure out what is the state of the art today? What has been developed? And frankly, there wasn't a lot, but there were some efforts going on out there to further this thinking, and we built upon those efforts. For example, what was going on in Puerto Rico following the hurricane there and the microgrids that were being developed. Importantly, the work that Hawaii had done to develop a community microgrid tariff that frankly wasn't fully developed, but it was a significant step in the right direction. There are other efforts going on around the country. We'll talk more about a pilot that PG&E had actually already engaged in that was yielding quite a bit of learnings. And I always want to note that we did engage a key consultant that really we couldn't have gotten to where we did without him, by the name of Paul DiMartini. I raise this because Paul has really been involved going around working in support of DOE, working in support of the state of Hawaii or the utilities there to develop those tariffs. So he had his hand in a lot of these different things and brought all of that information and was able to embed it into the work that PG&E did. Next slide, please. Okay, so here I'm going to take the opportunity to really just tell a story of the history. And, you know, it's PG&E has embraced this pathway for quite some time. I like to note of a story. Back in 2012, I was doing a very different role, data analytics and stuff, but also I had responsibility for onboarding new people into our customer energy solutions. And we would run a one-day workshop to just kind of incorporate them in. And I remember a gentleman by the name of Joe Herr showed up. He had left PG&E to go work somewhere and had returned. And during lunch, I was talking with him, and he mentioned this thing called a microgrid in 2012. And I was like, what is that? I had worked mostly on customer programs, demand response, et cetera. And he seemed really passionate about it, almost to the point of being a little bit crazy. It was then that I first heard about microgrids, and it was interesting. He carried that torch for quite some time inside PG&E, saying, this is the way of the future. We need to be thinking about this. This is an opportunity for our customers. And over the years, he built a following within PG&E and actually got us into a position to where we would be willing to engage with the Schatz Energy Research Center and Redwood Coast Energy Authority to work on the Redwood Coast Airport microgrid concept. So that was really born in like the 2016 timeframe and submitted to the CEC by RCEA in 2017. The Energy Commission provided $5 million in funding to that project. Importantly, PG&E, we were completely on board with this idea, and we allocated $2 million of our own EPIC funding to move this project forward. Shortly after that occurred, SB 1339 was adopted, and with the mandate that the state should take a look at how to commercialize, create a commercial pathway for microgrids without cost shifting. It's important to note here that SB 1339 requires that the commission take steps to create that pathway. And I believe that that's what PG&E has done in our tariff and what the Joint IOU proposals do as well. It completely opens a pathway to allow community microgrids to be developed. What SB 1339 does not do is require that microgrids be commercially viable, that the commission takes some steps to just make sure that money is thrown at them such that they can be developed. In fact, it explicitly prohibits that in saying that there should be no cross subsidies, or there cannot be any cross subsidies within the tariff. And PG&E's tariff and the joint original CMET proposal and the Joint IOUs MPMT fulfills the entire mandate of SB 1339. Moving along, in 2019, we formed our first working group for the Redwood Coast Airport microgrid. This is when PG&E first really started dedicating significant resources and time into developing our tariff. The microgrid OIR was adopted in I believe September of 2019, and of course, right on the heels of that, we had an extreme PSPS season that really kind of supercharged activities in this space. For those that were around back then, I'm sure you remember that was a pretty intense time. That triggered the expedited track 1 of the microgrid OIR, focused on PSPS mitigation. PG&E saw this as an opportunity to provide comprehensive support for microgrids. We proposed a number of substation microgrid plan, that was really kind of utility driven. And alongside that, we proposed our community microgrid enablement program, which was comprised of 4 components. One is kind of like putting up information on our website, various tools that parties could use, our community microgrid technical best practices guide, really all the things that we learn along the way, making that available on our website. It included a staff of people who would be available to support anyone who is interested in developing a community microgrid. And now at PG&E, we have, I think, like 6, 7 people who are dedicated every day to trying to facilitate the MIP program and anyone else who is interested in developing a community microgrid. But really that reach stretches far beyond those 6, because to develop a microgrid, it touches on multiple people within the utility. And so we've built that out over time. There's cost offsets associated with the program. Qualifying projects, PG&E will actually take care of the costs for the distribution infrastructure necessary to enable a microgrid. And then importantly, the tariff was one piece of that. And that's a key piece of why I mentioned this. In order to enable that program and to allow projects to matriculate through, we needed to develop a tariff at that point in time. And so we committed to developing and submitting that tariff, which we did in the summer of 2020. The CPUC adopted the microgrid incentive program concept, which folks are well aware of that, but that actually also created the need to make sure that we have a tariff, because we do need to resolve this in track 5 in order to enable the projects that will go through the MIP. Let's jump ahead here. So we submitted not only a tariff, because a tariff is important to enable the program, but also a microgrid operating agreement that really gets into the nuts and bolts of what the relationships are and the roles and responsibilities. Stacy will talk more about that when she has a moment. We've continued to refine this over time. We've submitted multiple revisions and refinements to our CMET. We've been learning over time and figured out, okay, our first tariff was narrowly constructed only to support the community microgrid enablement program, dipping our toe in the water, learning how this works. Through that, we identified certain changes that we wanted to make. And importantly, one of the things that we did is we started to broaden the eligibility for the tariff to the point where now at this point, any party that wants to interconnect 2 separate parcels using PG&E's distribution infrastructure, provided that they meet the other eligibility requirements around technical competency, et cetera, they can do that. Originally, it was only parties that were eligible for our CMET program. Then we expanded a little bit further and further to where now it is broadly available, such that PG&E's distribution system is here and ready to partner with third parties that want to develop a community microgrid. Really, the public workshops is just a continued story of us learning over time through the MIP program. Those were really designed around trying to understand how to develop MIP, but we got incredible feedback from parties around how they think about community microgrids, and that was continued to be integrated into our final iteration of PG&E's tariff, as well as the Joint IOUs and PMT proposals. So really, that's what I wanted to do here was to just share the history to let you all know that this isn't something that we just sat down, we got a commission order and said, okay, let's go develop a tariff, and we threw it together and put it out there. No, this is the culmination of nearly 10 years of thinking and effort. This is all I have worked on for the past 5 years of my career. This is by far the longest thing that I've worked on in my time. Myself and many others on the team, I won't name check them all here. A lot of credit goes to all of them, and this is a culmination of their efforts. And really, as a result, California today is the thought leader and a hub of innovation for a sustainable community microgrid framework. This is evidenced by the fact that I get calls, my team gets calls from around the country and really around the world. Japan, Canada, utilities across the US, Hawaii, after we developed all of our work, they reached out to California and asked us to come and present to their commission on how far we had brought it and the steps that we had taken building upon their progress. And so I'm proud. California should be proud of the work that we've done. It's really laudable. Next slide, please. Okay, so one thing that we learned in through the RCAM project was developing a set of principles was really, really helpful in moving everything forward. I'm seeing some chats flying around. I think there might be some questions. This is my last slide, and then I'll switch to my phone where the audio won't be as good and I'll be able to hear questions and address those. So just let me get through this slide and then we can address questions. So the principles that are really embedded in the way that PG&E developed the CMET and of course then transferred over into the multi-property microgrid tariffs of the joint IOUs are first, safety and cybersecurity are the first priority. You don't compromise that for any reason. It's just table stakes. This is the core mission of the IOUs, to provide safe power, and it's a core mission of the CPUC. So that's just table stakes. Don't mess with it. The second one is really what we want to do is address the gaps in the pathway to community microgrids. Community-driven multi-customer microgrids were impossible when PG&E set off on this pathway. If you wanted to do what these tariffs enable today, there simply was no way to do it. Utilities weren't set up that way, and it just wasn't an option. And so what we set out to do was to solve those gaps in order to make that possible. But in so doing, we wanted to not create the wheel. There's a lot of existing frameworks and processes and expertise out there that we could leverage. If you think about all of the time and effort that has gone into just this microgrid proceeding, and then multiply that across the dozens of other decisions and proceedings that all of this work touches on, it makes it clear that you can't throw all that stuff away and start over. If you do that, then you're going to have a huge intractable problem. Plus, presumably, the commission and parties have come to reasonable, logical outcomes and that balance a number of considerations in those proceedings. So we don't want to reopen all of that up. What we want to do is figure out how to fill in the donut hole, right? How to solve for that islanding condition, the roles, responsibilities, et cetera. And to that end, we have to remember that whatever we solve here needs to fit in with all those other things that we touch on. We can't solve this in isolation and then throw it out there in the world and then wonder why it's bumping up against all these other decisions that were made elsewhere and all these other policies of the CPUC and mandates that come from the state, et cetera. We need to solve within that framework. And the easiest way to do that is to focus on the gaps, find solutions for those, and then go and check and make sure that it fits in well. In working with RCEA and SHOTS, we realized things get very messy unless we can create clear dividing lines in terms of roles and responsibilities. And this is embedded not just in who does what, but all the way down to when we develop a community microgrid, we have shared cabinets for controllers, et cetera, but we make sure that there are totally separate sections. Like they have a lock on their part, we have a lock on our part, which is just an example. And we can open ours when we need to, they can open ours when they need to. It's just an example of where keeping that separation allows each party to stay in their lane and get their work done, communicate across each other as necessary, but have that dividing line that enables parties to execute on their portion of the project without being unduly dependent upon or unduly affecting another party. Lastly, community microgrids, it's an exceptionally microgrids themselves are exceptionally complex. And when you step into the community microgrid space that layers in that partnership component and all of the roles and responsibilities, you get something that is very, very complex. It's important that as we're designing all of this, we focus on trying to engineer out unnecessary complexity. We cannot go down to the most basic and ignore the other principles or ignore the gravity of what it is that we're doing, but where possible, try and simplify things to make the end product as user-friendly as possible. And that's some of the changes that we've made in our tariff over time, and we've made in our microgrid operating agreement and the way we think about these things. And I'm sure there's more that we will continue to develop over time, and we're always open to ways to think about how to make it more user-friendly. So that's what I had for today. I am going to mute this microphone and switch to the other one. This is the point where I would hand it off to Stacy, but if there are questions that need to be addressed at this point, we could do that.
Thank you, Jeremy. Let's do any hands raised questions at the end of this presentation. So everyone, please hang on to your questions till the end of this presentation. For any Q&A questions, like written Q&A questions that you and your team are able to answer, please go ahead and address them.
Hi, this is Stacy Fuhr. I'm with San Diego Gas and Electric, and I'm the Advanced Clean Technology Policy and Strategy Manager. I will, before I jump too far into my presentation, I will answer the first question from Tam Hunt. Given SB 1339's requirement to develop rates and tariffs to commercialize microgrids, and the fact that CMIT provides no compensation rules for microgrids, can you clarify how PG&E's tariff fully satisfies SB 1339's mandate? Because Senate Bill 1339 actually states as necessary, the Joint IOUs believe that all of our tariffs are properly enabling the tariffs and the rates necessary to commercialize community microgrids. Additionally, our tariffs ensure that the DERs that power the community microgrid can participate in blue sky programs to earn revenues, and that there are other existing rates and tariffs in blue sky mode. So it's simply a matter of using their otherwise applicable rates and creating this overarching tariff that works in conjunction with the customer's tariffs. Jumping into my presentation, the scope of the Joint IOUs multi-property tariff. When you look at the tariff structure and eligibility, it's the multi-property tariff is meant to govern the eligibility, engineering, study, development, and operation of the community microgrid. As Jeremy stated, the community microgrid needs to serve at least 2 premises or 2 customers that are connected by the utilities distribution system within the microgrid boundaries. And the CMG, or the community microgrid, needs to be able to operate as a single controllable entity, meaning that it can disconnect from and reconnect to the larger portion of the distribution system pursuant to the IOU's distribution system operator. As we go on to the microgrid resource requirements that's laid out in our tariff, there needs to be at least 1 resource that is grid forming. That means that the resource has the capabilities of black starting the community microgrid if the larger distribution system is to lose energy. It also needs to be able to maintain power quality, voltage, and frequency that is acceptable to the utility as laid out in the microgrid operating agreement. That does not exclude the utilization of other resources. There just needs to be at least 1 resource that is grid forming. As we look at the generator interconnection and microgrid islanding, the idea is to utilize the existing interconnection process, either under Electric Rule 21 or the utilities WDAP program, again, for that in front of the meter grid forming resource. And unique to a community microgrid is a microgrid islanding study that allows the utility to study what distribution upgrades might be necessary, what network upgrades, what cybersecurity, what system protection needs to be in place. It needs to ensure that there's no faults within the microgrid, and it needs to be able to follow all of the pursuant electric rule 2s to operate in transition 2 and out of islanding mode. The utilities' roles and responsibilities stay consistent between whether we are in blue sky or islanding mode. It's essential that the utility has the oversight of the community microgrid, as was laid out earlier by both Jeremy and Patrick, in order to have safe and reliable energy to the customers, either at the broader distribution system, as well as in the microgrid boundary during islanding mode. During blue sky conditions, the IOUs do not have any restrictions on participation in programs similar to participation in the CAISO wholesale marketplace, whether it's some kind of demand response program like the ELRP. However, there is the requirement that they are following the microgrid operating agreement, which is developed between the utility and the community microgrid authority. And as stated earlier, all applicable rates and tariffs remain consistent. That includes that the Joint IOUs tariff takes no part in who the load serving entity is. So the customers within the microgrid could be bundled or unbundled under our tariff because they do still pay their otherwise applicable rates, whether in island mode or in blue sky. For the microgrid development, it's important that the MOA dictates some of the construction and testing of the microgrid. It lays out certain insurance requirements. It has the outcome of the microgrid islanding study, and any special facilities that are necessary to create the microgrid in island mode. And it's, as Jeremy said, all the microgrids are very unique and very technical. And so it's important to do thorough testing before commercial operation is reached and the 10 years of the microgrid operating agreement can begin. The microgrid island in mode, there are certain structures and procedures between the utility and the CMG authority or aggregator, depending on the tariff. The IOUs use the term interchangeably, and it will determine when it is safe to go into and out of islanding mode, since the utility is required to be the distribution provider, and the distribution system operator is required to determine when it is safe to transition into islanding mode. The biggest thing is that we don't want to unintentionally cause any harm if the microgrid was to transition into island mode without the utility being aware, whether there was the potential of unintended backfeeding, whether the microgrid was unintentionally energized during a PSPS event and a wildfire was ignited on accident. The utility, according to Public Utilities Code 399.2A, as well as Utility Code 218, is responsible for the safe operation of all of the distribution grid, as well as the electric power generation, transmission, and distribution standards. And so it's important that we stay within those boundaries under our tariff. Could we go to the second slide, please? Now, a lot of this has been a little bit stated before, but we just want to reiterate that the roles and responsibilities need to be clear. We want to leverage each party's strength and respect key interests. So on the first bullet, the IOUs do remain as the distribution service provider, both during blue sky and islanding mode pursuant to all CPUC rules. As stated, the IOUs remain the distribution system operators at all time. That includes the transition into and out of island mode in both a planned as well as an unplanned outage. It's important in an emergency event that before the microgrid is energized, the utility assesses the situation with boots on the ground to verify that it is in fact safe to energize the microgrid and to verify that there won't be any adverse reaction if the microgrid is energized. Now, in order to enable community microgrids, and as stated before, we want the communities to determine the resiliency and the resource mix that they choose using the tariff. The only thing I would say is that under the Microgrid Incentive Program, there are certain rules in place regarding how long the resiliency needs to be. And that program, it's 24 hours, or there might be certain restrictions on the grid forming resource. There's not as many limitations under the Joint IOU multi-property tariff, but we just need to make sure that we're following all the required emission standards that are set by CARB. The community and the Community Microgrid Authority can determine the DER ownership structure. And as stated before, there is no limitation on any bilateral relationship as long as it doesn't negatively impact the ability of the community microgrid to transition to island mode and operate within the voltage and frequency standards of the IOU. The Community Microgrid Authority would operate the DERs in both blue sky and islanding mode according to all electric rules, the WDAT or Electric Rule 21. There would just be some necessary communication between the utility and the CMG authority regarding the maintenance of the voltage and frequency so that our customers are all served in the same manner as to whether they are served via blue sky or islanding mode. And finally, the CPUC retains jurisdiction, whether in blue sky or islanding operations, in order to ensure safety, California policies, and customer protection. Go to the next one, please. Now, tackling the complex technical, safety, security, and operational challenges of the community microgrid require that our tariffs try to streamline the process as much as possible or create consistent processes wherever it's possible. So the first one would be that the interconnection would follow the already existing interconnection process for any of their resources under the Electric Rule 21 or the WDAT process. The design and protection, it's essential that the utility, in conjunction with the CMG authority, study to determine the islanding design, any system protection and power quality mandates that might need to be put in place. for the safe operation of the community microgrid. Operation roles and responsibilities need to be clearly defined through the microgrid operating agreement in order to be able to work cohesively together. It's essential that the microgrid is tested and that there's proper amount of time and resources allotted to test the microgrid, as well as to try as much as possible to standardize or lower the study costs and the timeline it takes to develop these complex projects. But most importantly, communication and cybersecurity are essential for the utility. The utility needs to maintain visibility and control for the distribution system operator, while at the same time limiting cyber threats. And just utmost for the utilities is the safety of both the system, our employees, and the community. And so it's essential that the utility is there to make sure that the existing processes in blue sky mode are followed during islanding mode, so that no unexpected safety concerns are raised, whether it's electrocution, backfeeding to the system, further damage down the line from backfeeding, or that type of thing. With that, my portion of the presentation is over, and I could pass it off to Edwin, unless Edwin wants to take on any of the questions in the chat.
Thanks, Stacy. For any questions, that's for raised hands. Let's just save that to the end of the presentation. But yeah, go ahead and answer any written questions if you're able to.
We'll provide answers to any questions related to SCE at a later time. In the meantime, can you move to the next slide, please? Good morning, everyone. This is Edwin Castaño, Customer Generation Programs Senior Manager here at SCE. And I'm going to describe some of the small variations between the three programs that the utilities filed. As Jeremy stated before, the road that we're in, the state that we're in, we have provided a microgrid tariffs that are largely based on the CMET tariff that PG&E has developed over time. We also incorporated a lot of the elements that were approved by the Commission in the Microgrid Incentive Program. So a lot of the steps that are required for the projects to go through to get the studies necessary to operate, and the facilities that need to be built to operate as a microgrid have been that process have been brought into the tariff. So obviously, as the three utilities, the electrical system are slightly different and the processes are slightly different, there's some minor differences that I want to explain. The first one is, of course, the tariff name. We all have different names with different acronyms, but overall, it's intended for the same community microgrid type of operation. For PG&E, the limits on a microgrid will be 20 megawatts in aggregated export capacity of the in front of the meter facilities that are going to be supporting the microgrid. Edison took a slightly different approach due to our division between us and the CAISO. We want to have control over the facilities, and there are 50 kV or below, but there is no capacity limit. And SDG&E, they don't have any limits either on capacity or distribution voltage. For both PG&E and SCE, we would like to have somebody in the development team as part of the applicant development team, somebody that has experience on at least building one microgrid project of the similar size and capacity as proposed. SDG&E only requires that the applicant has a technical partner working with them, but doesn't have to be part of the development team. Again, these are soft requirements, but overall, the utility has the ability to evaluate the development team and make a decision about it. As is the case with the Rule 21, there is a optional pre-application consultation and report. We believe that kind of works the same for PG&E and SCE. SDG&E doesn't make an explicit call on whether or not it is available, but it doesn't preclude from somebody reaching out and asking for a consultation and some technical evaluation before they submit an application. So it is not prohibited, but it's not part explicitly included as part of their tariff. Can you pass to the next slide, please? As you guys know, with the Microgrid Incentive Program and the CMED, we try to mirror or to try to harmonize the evaluation of these projects with the interconnection process. So PG&E does have a tool to receive the formal request for an evaluation of the microgrid. SE has a few PDF documents and some other documents that need to be provided via email. SDG&E requires that the SDG&E meets with the applicant and provides additional guidelines for the initial consultation and the technical evaluation of it. Since this is a service that is provided only for customers that are interested in resiliency, all of the costs associated with the facilities that are required to operate as a microgrid, as well as the studies that need to be performed to identify those facilities, will be the responsibility of the applicant. The process is that the microgrid has to go through the microgrid islanding study to identify the other facilities that need to be built before the microgrid can operate. For SCE, we have estimated that the initial application fee, similar to Rule 21, is $1,200. And similar to, again, the Rule 21 and the WDAP process, we have a study deposit, which is just a deposit. It could be less or more, but the cost are the actual cost of the study. And again, the other facilities, the utility and the applicant will enter into an agreement to build those facilities at their cost. That's pretty much the same across all of the three IOUs, but for Edison, we have actually estimated the deposit so far. As we said before, there is no limitation on how the grid forming resources can be used during blue sky mode of operation. Those resources will be there for not only on-site load use, but also for market participation. There's no restrictions that if you have a microgrid that you cannot participate in any of the services, including demand response and whatever other revenue making mechanisms the resources can participate on, price hedging and other services. However, each microgrid will have a set of operating protocols. Before the microgrid actually operates as a microgrid, disconnects from the grid, there has to be some insurance that the microgrid is going to be able to offer the power quality and everything that is required under Rule 2 to be able to operate as a microgrid. If, as the consequence of providing CAISO market services and other DR services or whatever, the microgrid is unable to guarantee that they're going to be operating under Rule 2 for power quality and service, then the microgrid might be unable to disconnect. So that means that the way that it operates, although it's not restricting any market operations, could lead to the inability to actually operate safely and reliably during the microgrid. So the microgrid operator has to be aware of that situation. And I think this is the last piece for the utilities. Can you move to the next slide, please? All right. We do have some questions. I don't know if some of them have been addressed.
Hi, Masai. Are there any raised hands or any unanswered written questions to go over for the Q&A portion?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Good morning. This is Masai Betru. I'm a regulatory analyst with the Grid Resiliency and Microgrids team, helping facilitate the questions as they come through. The questions have mostly been answered from what I've seen, except for one person. Lorenzo Christoph had asked Jeremy regarding his comment on commercial viability of a microgrid. So his question is, Jeremy's comment on commercial viability of a microgrid suggests that commercial viability conflicts with avoiding cross subsidies. Is it the IOU's position that commercial viability necessarily entails cross subsidies from non-participating customers?
Folks acknowledge that they can hear me now? Okay, thank you. Absolutely not. That is not my position, nor is it the position of the Joint IOUs. Actually, where I hear this is from parties. Third parties suggest that the path to commercialization for microgrids necessarily requires compensatory rates that are frankly clearly subsidized at $2 a kilowatt hour and above. I outright disagree with this, and I disagree with it really on at least three levels. First, it's not legal. In fact, it's prohibited under SB 1339. In fact, it's mentioned in two places in the tariff. One is 8371.b says, without shifting costs between ratepayers, develop methods to reduce barriers for microgrid deployment. Tariff clearly does that. It reduces the barriers, does not shift costs between ratepayers. Second, in 8371D, it says, without shifting costs between ratepayers, develop separate large electrical corporation tariffs and rates as necessary to support microgrids, while ensuring that public safety is top priority. And then it goes on to mention some stuff about diesel and natural gas. If you look at the legislative history for that tariff, you will find that those prohibitions on cost shifting were actually necessary to be inserted in order to get this passed. So it doesn't just happen to be in there. It was explicitly included to get this through in the legislature, which reveals that it was the legislature's intent to explicitly prohibit cost shifting. The third reason why I object to this is we've been involved in the CMEP program for a while, and we've talked to a lot of parties. And we have found, sophisticated developers who have developed projects that actually are commercially viable. Where the barrier that I see more often than not is, or not more often than not, but the barrier in these particular instances where they're tripped up is risk capital up front. They're saying, hey, to develop a microgrid, there's permitting and there's other issues, and we're having a hard time finding someone who wants to take on that risk. It's unclear to me why the IOUs or others should take on that risk. It's something that a community is looking to do for themselves, and that's one real commercial barrier that I'm seeing. But that's for the market to figure out how to develop. That's for the third parties to figure out how to develop. That's not on the IOUs. So anyway, I went on a bit of a tangent here. I guess I would just leave it as that is not my position. That's a position that I've heard from third parties, and I fundamentally disagree with it.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeremy. I'll move on to the next question. We
Masar,
actually
before
have
you go
two.
on to the next question, I just want to do a quick reminder for participants here. You can access the raised hand function by going to the participants window and using the raise hands button there, or at the bottom of your screen, there should be a little hand icon that you can click on to raise your hand. Thanks. You can go on.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Okay, we have two raised hands. First is from Howard Golub. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. I will unmute you and you can ask your question.
And I represent the city of Long Beach, acting by and through its Board of Harbor Commissioners, typically referred to as the Port of Long Beach. I had written a question, but I'll state it again. The Port of Long Beach specifically requests that Edison address its objection, its very strong objection to Special Condition 6 of its proposed MPMT, because it violates Decision 1403-007 and Resolution 4573, and because it violates several agreements that Edison has entered into with the port, several of which, by the way, have been approved by the commission. And particularly, I mentioned that Section 4D of an agreement between Edison and the port, and by the way, the Division of Ratepayer Advocates at the time, says specifically, for all new load of maritime entities, SCE shall install 66 kV facilities to serve such load at no cost to the applicant, i.e., the installation will not be considered added facilities under SCE's Rule 2, close quote. This is a very clear violation of both the tariff approved by the commission and of the agreement with the port. And we ask Edison to address this directly.
Yes, I have Olivia Samad in the call. Can somebody unmute her from PG&E? She will be able to respond to the question. You guys see her?
Is it Olivia S?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great, thank you. I didn't know I wasn't a participant, so I wasn't sure if I could talk. Howard, thank you for joining the call. We hadn't talked since November, and I know this was an issue between us. I think it's probably best for us to speak more in detail. When we spoke in November, I was hoping to better understand from the port sort of exactly what your interpretation of those clauses you've cited are. Our position, as we explained to you, is that there is no violation, that the intent of the microgrid tariffs is basically that is for anything to fulfill any special equipment for the microgrid is what this is covering, and the maritime agreements that we have between SCE and the port pertain to equipment required to serve existing load. So we don't see a conflict. Obviously, from your question, you do. I think the timing is right that, you know, this is just the first of our discussions in front of the commission and with other stakeholders to get to the final language. I think that the next step really is for us to have a second conversation. This clause doesn't relate to the other utilities. So if you have more detail on your interpretation of the prior settlement, and maybe I don't know if you need to include others, we can set up a separate call to discuss it.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll be moving on to the next couple attendees, and then I'll move up. I know Tam also has a question, so monitoring for that. Jane Roshan, you have a question. I will go ahead and unmute you. Jane, did you have a question? Are you able to be unmuted?
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes,
great.
yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry. I think the unmute button didn't work for a minute. So thank you all for being here today and for the utilities presentation. I have a quick comment and then a question. First, I'd just like to start by saying, at the Public Advocate's Office where I work, we have been viewing the tariffs proposed in this proceeding in terms of their adherence to the guiding principles, and specifically, we're looking at adherence to guiding principles in a way that protects ratepayers and consumers from undue cost shifts as a measure of critical affordability, very much in line with our mission as ratepayer advocates. And in this proceeding, we really do see the need for more information gathering. In fact, as we look at this proceeding, we find that there may be reasons for a lack of program effectiveness and microgrid deployment that do not that arise because of utility implementation of the programs themselves, of the CMEP program, the Community Microgrid Enablement Program that has been in operation with PG&E and their experiences with applicants. As we've been working in this proceeding, we've been able to engage some applicants of the CMEP program and have found through qualitative interviews and have found patterns in the issues that they encountered while going through the CMEP programs. And I can quickly mention some of these barriers that have come to our attention through this work. We've found general patterns of some, limited access to technical support, or perhaps some opacity or confusion around the contracts and agreements that occur. We've also found, maybe project timelines that are seemingly unattainable for applicants, difficulty with communication channels between the utilities and applicants that are resulting in delays or impasses between the applicant coordination and with other programs, or the applicant's development of their application and coordination with other programs within the utility. And so we find that there's a whole swath of barriers right now that have arisen from the development of the CMEP program that may be contributing to this kind of I think wide barrier to microgrid development that we all recognize. And so we really feel like these are commitments that the utility makes to their applicants through these program designs. And in order to address these challenges, they have to be evaluated. And if these barriers, may partially explain CMEP's lack of success, these are, commitments that the utility should be evaluating, in the commission. We think, should be able to have some insight into, and we should have transparency on, the effectiveness of program implementation. And so today in the presentation, Jeremy had mentioned, that throughout this process of developing the CMEP program in alignment with the CMET, that they've been working on their engagement with applicants since the program started, iteratively improving their engagement with applicants and program implementation. However, at Cal Advocates and in our part of this proceeding, we haven't found that statement quite agreeable with the explanations from the applicants themselves. And so, just to say that we really find the information gathering on this point in a very important aspect in understanding the full scope of community microgrid enablement, so that we're looking at both the tariff and the program implementation as well, since there are, objective kind of commitments and promised technical support for microgrid applicants. And so I just, would like to pose that comment to the parties, to everyone on this call, and maybe open up to the utilities to kind of talk through this a little bit, and ask if you see an opportunity in your role to maintain responsibilities, from your side in terms of program implementation, the microgrid operating agreements, kind of your standard of service that comes with the development of these tariffs and programs. If you see follow through on those promised technical considerations and commitments, and an opportunity for further information gathering as this proceeding continues and the commission creates a proposed decision. Thanks.
Thanks, Sharon. I appreciate the feedback and the input. As you know, we've been trying to work with you all to share as much information as possible, and happy to continue to do so. I want to clarify a few things. One, you made the point at the end that the tariff, which is the discussion today, is distinct and separate from the program. Of course, ideally they work together and they work together well, but the tariff proposal is what it is, and then the utility's ability to be able to support customers who are matriculating through that tariff is necessary, but a separate question that's not actually necessarily on the table for this conversation, for this decision. It's not out of scope for us to discuss today, so let me go down that path. A second point I would make is, in the Community Microgrid Enablement Program and in our tariff, there actually are no timelines. In the Microgrid Incentive Program, there are necessarily timelines that were established by the Commission that said that they want these microgrids to be online in a certain period of time. And so what we've done is we've tried to implement those timelines. In our tariff and in our program, we recognize that this is a community stepping up, saying that we would like to develop a microgrid. We're electing to do this. And so the way we've arranged it is to be there ready to facilitate at the pace that they are ready to proceed. And that kind of mentality and logic is embedded throughout our tariff. Just like when, one other example is for islanded operations. If it's a true community microgrid not funded under the MIT program by ratepayers, if they're spending their money to develop it, we put no obligation on them to actually be able to form an island. If they show up and they can't actually execute the island on a day because maybe their battery is drained because they were using it for market participation, no harm, no foul, because you're stepping up and trying to help yourself. There's no reason why we should put undue requirements upon that. That applies for timeline, performance, et cetera. The last point that I'll make is, it's really 2 points. One, community microgrid, a microgrid is an exceptionally complex endeavor. PG&E right now is developing a microgrid of our own in Calistoga, working with a developer of our own. It's for our customers, but it's utility driven. We're the ones who put out a contract, and we signed a contract directly with a microgrid developer. And the back and forth just between a utility that is in this business and a developer in this business is difficult. And, we see project challenges on their part, on our part, execution. It's a serious, complicated undertaking. When you layer in the local government or a local CBO, et cetera, it is completely unsurprising that it would feel overwhelming and not necessarily complex to them. But the reality is, it's like when you're flying a plane, you might think that it would, conceptually, like, why do we have to have a barrier that says, it has to be this complicated and you have to have a pilot's license and you have to do all these things just to fly the plane? No one would actually say that. Like it's as complex as it needs to be, and the qualifications and the expertise that is necessary is there for a reason. Similarly, in developing a microgrid, there's no real way to simplify it down to a level to where a lay person can engage and feel like they have their footing under them. On the RCAM project, if you were to go and talk with the the Schatz Energy Research Center at Humboldt Polytechnic Institute, which is recognized as, you know, like a foremost thought leader in the space, or with Redwood Coast Energy Authority, which is a CCA that is in the business of energy, and talk to them about what it took to develop that project. They'll tell you a story of just being blown away and overwhelmed at, like, you know, just how much they didn't know going in, how much they had to learn. And they'll say that it was a really complex undertaking. And they'll also say maybe around the edges, some things could be made more simple, but the vast majority of it is just necessarily complex. Last point in a very long-winded answer is we provide technical support that provides some guidance in our Microgrid Technical Best Practices Guide, and other documents provide detailed guidance. We have staff who will show up and work with the technical partner of the community and develop PG&E's portion of the microgrid, the recloser, the protection settings, et cetera, work with them on that. Ultimately, it is up to the third party that is developing it to develop their own design. That was never intended to be part of our proposal, nor would it make sense for us to do so, because really it's a community-driven microgrid, and those decisions are on their side, and that's their undertaking. So there's necessarily a line up to which we will help, but on the other side of that line, it's up to the community to enlist a technical partner that can actually take them through those steps.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeremy. Moving on, Sam White had a question. Go ahead, please. And you're unmuted, but you'll need to unmute on your end as well.
Appearing today on behalf of Green Power Institute. And I must say, I really appreciate the comments from public advocates and for raising the approach and issues there. And we certainly want to acknowledge, you know, this is complex. So it is crucial to understand and address the barriers to microgrid enablement. And to remember that a community microgrid is proposed by communities because of the value to the community that's not satisfied by existing microgrid service for its customers, and or because it can offer services of value to customers served by the utility. And in this conversation, or at least an earlier part of it, I really heard us talking past each other where we should be solution focused. A tariff enabling commercialization does not require cost shift violations, and I don't believe anyone is proposing one that does. But it may be necessary, or it may enabling effective participation and removing some of the barriers may require streamlining access and compensation for the actual or aggregate value of services provided. In part because those values are currently disaggregated into a variety of separate programs and markets that cannot be combined for either contractual or practical reasons by third-party microgrid operators. So the goal here in the tariff is to do everything that was outlined in there, including enablement, and to remove the barriers there within the restrictions that we have, or limitations that we have, but looking, again, to be solution focused and see, what can we do and what is necessary in order to actually create a viable pathway forward within the accepted limitations that we have. That's all. Thank you.
Not sure if we lost Messiah or not. Tam, I am unmuting you. Or you're a panelist. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Good morning, Tam Hunt, GPI. A couple questions. First, for Edwin at SCE, could you clarify the purview of your proposed tariff? Because the intro to the tariff makes it explicit that it applies, per my reading, to black sky conditions only. But in your summary this morning, you said it applies to also blue sky conditions. Can you clarify that apparent conflict?
Hi, Tom. I'm not quite understanding the question, but the tariff allows an applicant to submit a request for an evaluation, study evaluation, and implementation of a microgrid. The microgrid, of course, is in isolated mode, but the tariff doesn't prevent the resources that are serving as the grid forming resources as part of the microgrid to operate under any other available market conditions. So the tariff works, let's just say, on the back end of a process that is normally known today as the interconnection process. I hope that clarifies the distinction.
Thanks, Edwin. Yeah, I mean, the preamble doesn't make that distinction, so it looks like there could be some improvement there in the preamble language. But I appreciate your clarification.
Correct. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I'll take a look. And then thank you.
Thank you. And then the second.
I think we lost Tom for a second, unless you guys cannot hear me.
Yeah, sorry, I had a second question here. So
Okay, go ahead,
my second question. Sorry, shall I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes,
Sorry.
my second question relates to my Q&A. Question about commercialization and compensation, and this is a question for PG&E and SDG&E. And I would certainly urge parties to not use strawman arguments. No one, to my knowledge, has proposed subsidies, and certainly not $2 a kilowatt hour. I'm not sure where that comes from. And so in terms of proposals to compensate microgrids, all parties have proposed structures that avoid cost shifting by ensuring that there is compensation for services, which is by definition not a cost shift, in the same way that an RPS contract or any PPA provides compensation for services to ratepayers. And so in terms of the as necessary language in 1339, of course, we agree it's in there, it's black and white. It does give the commission leeway to determine what is necessary. But my question for the utility is what DER programs are currently available to microgrid developers that have a track record of success? PURPA, DIDIF, other programs have provided almost 0 megawatts of steel in the ground in the last 10 years. And so to point to programs that exist that are viable and effective at enabling microgrids doesn't seem to accord with the facts. Can you clarify if I'm wrong on that?
So Tim, I'm not an expert on those programs, but from a logical perspective, there are multiple proceedings related to DERs, and those proceedings carefully litigate and ultimately determine what the value is for those services of those DERs. In blue sky mode, a microgrid DER is just that. It's just a DER. Only when it goes into an island is it anything different. So there's nothing fundamentally different about a microgrid DER that should change the commission's determination of the value of those DERs when in blue sky mode. So simply stating that, if we assume that it's true that there are not successful DER programs, which I believe DERs exist today, so there must be something out there that's working. But even if we were to accept that that's true, that's a fundamental problem with the DERs. That's a decision that the commission has made elsewhere. And in upending that in a microgrid context would then, by definition, violate SB 1339 unless we presume that the commission is not did not come to fair compensation in those other proceedings.
Got it. Thank you. And Stacey, do you have any comments on that issue?
Yeah, I mean, I would just state that, you know, as we had stated in our opening comments to parties' tariffs, there's plenty of blue sky programs, whether it's resource adequacy, renewable energy credits, qualifying facilities, PURPA, SGIP, DIDIF, energy efficiency, demand response like ELRP, the NEM tariff, as well as the successor tariff of the net billing tariff. So as Jeremy stated, there are plenty of programs that exist for blue sky, and those don't need to be relitigated.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, I guess make a final comment and clarification. There are plenty of DER programs for behind-the-meter resources that have been effective in California, but very, very few for front-of-meter resources, which would be the applicable programs here for microgrids seeking to export power to ensure viability. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification, Tim. And the one thing that I would tack on is that behind-the-meter resources are eligible to participate in our microgrid tariffs.
Okay, moving along, we will take one last question, and that's Ben. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Ben.
Sorry, can you all hear me now? Okay,
Yes,
great.
we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Ben Schwartz here with the Clean Coalition. I have kind of a modified version of Tam's question, slightly different, which is just to say that, you know, the commission has a tough task ahead in terms of evaluating each of these proposals and, you know, weighing the potential benefits. And so I'm curious as to whether the IOUs can provide some metrics on what a successful tariff actually looks like. Perhaps, you know, does that mean simply having an option available for communities to utilize? Does success mean actually ensuring that, you know, that community microgrids are deployed, or a certain percentage of applications result in deployed projects? If you could provide some color on that, that would be very helpful.
So I would say that success in facilitating SB 1339 is the former, simply that there is just a pathway. Success in an ideal state would, of course, include successful implementation of community microgrid projects. The question becomes is, what does it take to get to that ideal state, and how much of that are we willing to do? The program and the tariff that we've designed has been intended to play as much of a facilitation role as possible. Are we perfect today? No. Some of the concerns that Jane raised, I'm sure, are legitimate, and we want to continue to improve. But we'll continue. What we want to do is to be there and provide that support, have the people who are there to talk, have the tariff that enables that, et cetera. Commercialization is just that. Commercialization is the market goes out and figures out how to construct the service, figures out how to get the participating customers who actually pay for that service. What are those structures? Our tariff does not disallow any of that. Our tariff says, market, you go figure it out. And when you have that workable business model, come back to us, and we are ready to participate. Commercialization is not the utility deeming these are the projects that deserve to be funded. It's not a utility tariff that says we will fund just these projects and not others. Commercialization is it's out there in the market, and the market is determining. So I guess some of it, in my view, is just out of our hands. And all we need to do is to just get out of the way and as much as possible, support where appropriate and allow the market to determine.
Great, thank you.
With SCE, I want to add to Jeremy is that the way I compare this is to the early beginnings of the interconnection process in California back in 1996, 1998, where we have to sit down with the FERC projects and come up with a process that would allow projects to come in and participate in markets. Similarly, here, the utility, for me, success is that the utility is not on the way to allow a project to come online and facilitate participation in those markets, as well as provide the customer the resiliency that they need from those resources. So for me, success is that make sure that we stay out of the way of your business, but at the same time be responsive or studying and evaluating what you need to do to be able to operate safely and reliably under either condition. So we'll take the work as a utility as to help you provide a service, and we'll stay out of your business on getting to the market for those same reasons.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Does anyone else want to respond? Otherwise, we can move on. Okay. Hearing none, we do need to keep the workshop moving along, so folks that have additional questions can either reach out to the IOU contacts or put their questions in the Q&A box, and we'll attempt to answer those. Thank you.
Thanks, Masai, and thanks Jeremy, Stacy, and Edwin for their presentation and answering the Q&A questions. Moving on to our next proposal by Microgrid Resources Coalition. I'll now hand it off to Baird.
So do I need to share, or you've got my slides? Thank you. So let's go to the first slide. So I wanted to step back as we did in our proposal and sort of lay a little bit of groundwork for the for what our proposal says. Right now, according to the U.S. National Climate Assessment from last year, we are failing to meet our climate goals. We need to make greenhouse gas emissions decline by 6% per year on average, and instead we've been doing about 1% per year on average. That's better than when they were going up annually, as they still are some places in the world. But we need to do a lot better. Next slide. And that requires a huge amount of financing. And according to Bloomberg New Energy Outlook, we're falling behind on that as well. We need to, they calculate, invest 4.55 trillion a year between now and 2030. And that's more than 3 times the total that we succeeded in doing last year, or 2022 rather. And so again, we have our work cut out for us to mobilize all that capital, which is of course what commercialization of microgrids is about, is mobilizing private capital. Next slide. And then this comes from a report that was prepared for the DOE in evaluating the effectiveness of the programs that have been adopted under the Biden administration, BIL and IRA. And it says the biggest barriers to deployment between now and 2030 are non-cost in nature, like siting and permitting delays, backlog grid interconnection queues, supply chain challenges. In other words, clearing out the barriers, not cost shifting, but clearing out the barriers, as SB 1339 suggested, are really where the action has to be to make this work. And then on to the next slide. So the background, of course, is SB 1339. That's why we're all here. This is a reminder of the definition of the microgrid in SB 1339, and it specifically talks about being appropriately sized to meet customer needs. And what I want to suggest is that, in effect, that means sized to meet the customer load. Now, maybe the customer is going to do some internal load shedding, but to be an effective islandable microgrid, it has to be able to really meet all the critical loads and probably most of the regular load of what's in the microgrid. And that takes a large investment in generation. So next slide. So from my point of view, I completely agree with all the utility speakers heretofore. Commercialization means built without ratepayer funds. This is not looking for subsidy, but to do a commercial microgrid, you have to have revenue that exceeds the combination of your ongoing debt service cost and your operation and maintenance costs. And it doesn't need to exceed it by a little bit. It needs to exceed it by usually 1.3 to 1.5 times to make lenders happy. And also, if you're building in a return for private equity in there, it has to cover that as well. So there's it's a challenge the challenge of project finance is basically to assure and tie down that there will be revenues. And for microgrids, the revenues come primarily from internal customers. That is to say, they're sized to meet those customers' load, and what they need to be able to do is charge those customers for the services that are provided by the infrastructure, whether it's generation and controls and communications and so forth, that they're installing. And going back to Tam's question, the microgrid typically has kind of limited export ability, because most of the time, most of its resources are being used to supply its own customers' load. But when it does have the ability to export, or if it was in the position of spending a little extra to be able to export a small amount on a regular basis, the export opportunities are poor, and yeah, that's certainly the problem of the Commission's other tariffs. We'll note that we'll get to that later on. Next slide. So one of the things that that SB 1339 called out is that the microgrid is a single controllable entity. As I say, all the internal resources are under common control. And that includes not only generation, thermal and electric storage, and internal load shifting and shedding capabilities. So there are a lot of things at the dashboard of the microgrid operator that it can allow it to stabilize the microgrid's operation. And it can, when it chooses to export, fine tune them. In other words, to give one of my favorite examples, the Princeton microgrid, it's got a 28 Princeton University has a microgrid that regularly serves 28 megawatts of Princeton University load, but it can, on the one hand, on high load, system load days, when it gets assessed for transmission charges, it can take its exports down to under 1 megawatt, or its imports rather, down to under 1 megawatt. So it can serve over 27 megawatts of internal load in one way or another for some space of time, and survive Superstorm Sandy for a week. So it's not just some space of time. But it has the capability of fine tuning its exports, and the Princeton Microgrid sells frequency control into the PJM marketplace. So it can respond on a dime. It can respond in 3 seconds to RTO controls. And internally, if one resource fails, others can pick up the slack. So it's not like a generator that, if it fails, it fails. It's a collection of things that, for the most part, is designed not to fail together and pick up for one another. And that in turn impacts the interconnection, which we'll come back to. Next slide. So one other background thing, microgrids are safer than the grid. We keep hearing throughout the last 5 years of this proceeding, oh, it might not be safe. The fact of the matter is, with digitized internal controls, mostly underground wires, and better visibility than grid operator tends to have of its resources and wires, the microgrid tends to be a lot safer than the grid. And our members, that is to say of the Microgrid Resources Coalition, operate microgrids worldwide. They've never had a fire. They've never caused a death. There've been no serious injuries to people or property. I can't point to a utility that can say that. So the fact of the matter is, these are state-of-the-art, usually more advanced than most utility infrastructure. And if the commission is concerned about that, it should seek facts and not recite unsupported assertions about safety. Next slide. So with that in mind, our various proposals were designed to address the things that prevent commercializing multi-property microgrids in one way or another. And we started with Rule 18, not with the CMET style tariffs, which we'll get to, because that applies to microgrids that use their own wires. And what we recognize is that Section 218 of the Public Utility Code has some serious restrictions on how far you can serve people without being deemed to be a utility. But within those limits, Rule 18 has imposed a whole lot of other limits that really don't have any justification as nearly as we can tell, certainly not safety. And the commission allowed one little micro exception in track 1 for municipal entities in emergency. But once again, microgrids are not backup generators. They are generation equipment and control equipment that's meant to be operating all the time as a way of justifying the expense of putting them into place. So that cuts off the ability to commercialize if all you can do is make use of the equipment in the 6 emergencies a year or whatever it is. So we also, elsewhere in Rule 18, there are restrictions on master metering. Those restrictions were originally put in because of suggestions that master metering got in the way of people responding to the price signals of their and having no of the tariff and having no incentive to save energy. But in fact now, master metering for a microgrid for an entire apartment complex can use electronic signaling and get collective response from the entire apartment building, as opposed to the individual responses of individual customers who might be going different directions, and can, you know, reward their individual customers for behaving in ways that benefit the whole complex. And they can do much better in terms of efficiency than can be done with individual metering. So those justifications no longer exist, and we suggest that they be eliminated. We also suggest that the commission could take advantage of the state Supreme Court's ruling on retail suppliers that don't serve the public and operationalize it by putting some numbers and boundaries on it. But this Supreme Court ruling of the California court, even though it was in a tax context, is not unusual in any way. There's probably 20 states at least that have similar court-made exceptions to what's a utility, just interpreting their own various utility statutes. And so this is not a surprising idea, and it's not one that the utilities don't live with everywhere in the country. Next slide. So the multi-property tariff that's been proposed by the CMET, first I want to acknowledge all the work that they put into them. They're pretty good tariffs at the, you know, at the level of detail that they went into. You know, we made a bunch of suggestions for changes, but we basically started from the good work they had done. On the other hand, there's sort of three large conceptual problems that I think make it fail to be effective commercialization. The first is that, frankly, we think it provides a cost shift strictly contrary to SB 1339. In other words, it basically forces the donation of the capacity investment of the microgrid to the utility. It doesn't, which in turn prevents the microgrid from self-funding. There's no way to, you know, all the exports from all the resources in the and everything that's not behind the meter is treated as an export. That all gets the retail price. I mean, the wholesale price. The wholesale price is, of course, the right price for energy, but there's no recompense for capacity. And on the other hand, all the customers in the microgrid all the time get charged the full utility tariff, which makes them pay twice for capacity. So this is a fundamental violation of the requirement of 1339. And so we tried to propose ways to avoid that. We also had the distinct impression, similar to TAM's, that in fact, the tariff didn't expect the operator to operate except in island mode. And there's sort of specific things about how individual resources owned by individual customers in the microgrid can be, you know, selling things and doing things that are inconsistent with the microgrid operating as an entity. So that if that's the intent of utilities, we welcome it, but they may need to look hard at their tariffs to fix it. Finally, to allow the customers to use the microgrid generation for their own benefit, we suggested that that the microgrid be able to establish a contract price, either if your big customers, you just negotiate directly, or if it's a lot of residential customers, you know, make sure there's municipal approval. But so that people understand what they're paying for the investment, whether they're paying it through their tariff or whether they're investing themselves, and that price be paid for any internally generated electricity that they consume. And, you know, we set up a mechanism whereby that just gets paid back to the microgrid. We had to do it in a little bit circular way because of the other things about the Public Utility Code. But we think this way. So this is a tariff, and it's asking for a tariff, but it's only asking for the customers to pay themselves for what they use, in effect. It's not asking anybody outside the microgrid to pay anything differently than they usually do. And finally, the customers inside the microgrid would pay other utility charges as usual. So in that sense, it would work essentially like a CCA. You know, they would be, you know, and it would be billed through, they'd still be utility customers, just as the utility says. And then we note that the microgrid as a unit should be able to make exports and make commitments for export, whether that's through an aggregator to the RTO or any other available tariff, as a whole, aggregating its own ability to control all of the resources as opposed to idiosyncratic individual responses. But all of that be done for the benefit of the customers of the microgrid, who and all that would play through that contract price for energy, you know, or the benefit of all the exports. Next slide. We suggested that there are a number of things that need to be fixed about Rule 21 to accommodate either or both of the first two sets. First, that treating the microgrid as a single controllable entity, both you know, means that there's internal control ability to provide safety, and also a bunch of the screens that are in Rule 21 now don't really work that way. You know, they're meant to be applied to a single resource. And, you know, it's not to say that the interconnection process doesn't have to treat each individual resource in the microgrid. They're all connecting to the distribution system. But for many of the considerations about the effect of the microgrid on the larger grid, it needs to be treated as a whole and not as a collection of individual things. And it needs to be based on the expected operation. And this is something that FERC has begun to dip its toe into in its large generator interconnection process, but it means that you know, you don't assume that all the resources export at midday. You don't assume that all the batteries charge at 6 p.m. You assume that the exports are limited by the internal requirements of the microgrid. And, you know, you have a plan of operation that's part of the proposal for an interconnection application. And you know, the microgrid gets evaluated based on that plan and on the assumption and the reviewable assumption that it has the internal controls that make it capable of meeting that plan. And finally, you know, we like the idea of the operating agreement. We think that's great. We agree that it's important that that operating agreement set forth the parameters within which the microgrid has to operate for the safety and protection of the distribution system wires. But within those parameters, it needs to have the ability to operate for its own benefit. And therefore, I mean, typically microgrids just disconnect and interconnect to do for their own reasons at their own time, and don't even necessarily consult with the grid at all. But that's because there's a rule, and Hawaii's tariff is an example, that the microgrid must disconnect or connect in balance, in sync with the grid. In other words, it has to be making zero exports and imports, or nearly. It has to be making, has to be at the right phase angle. It has to be the frequency has to be correct. It has to get all correct before it enters or exits, so that it doesn't disturb the system. And it has to have the controls and the ability to do that. So when it can do that, it should be able to elect when to island. But we said, as with everything, with the operation of any generator inside the microgrid, the operation, or the ability to island is subject to the utilities override if there's some kind of an emergency that's needed to protect the larger grid. So that's all. We're not trying to undermine the ability of the. Oh, that's another thing to mention in passing. There were a bunch of things in the various comments that to the effect that this would violate the rule that the distribution utilities have to operate and maintain their own wires. Right now, the distribution utilities don't operate the grid in the sense of they don't act as the system balancing authority. That's the RTO. And if the microgrid operator starts operating as the system balancing authority for a small section of the grid, that's not interfering with their ability to operate and maintain in the sense of, running their own relays, coming in and maintaining, asking people to shut down if they have to. All those things are still completely within the utility's control. You've got a different somebody who isn't the utility who's operating for a little while as the balancing authority. Next slide. This is our last slide. There were a handful of other small proposals, principally these two. I'll just note that, wholesale sales aren't going to be the salvation because it's a small proportion of the output of the generators. And the WDAT tariff is long and complex and gets dragged out in our members' experience and could use some reform. We recognize that's not subject to the Commission's jurisdiction. It's a FERC jurisdictional tariff, but it's a problem for wholesale sales and for development. And I'll mention that in the demand flexibility tariff, we made a proposal that would in effect allow every customer, every distributed energy resource to sell into the grid at the wholesale price at whatever time they thought it was economic to do so. And that by definition is not shifting costs and always helping the grid. More competition can only lower the wholesale price. So I hope that gets a hearing compared to some of the other tariffs. I know that's not this proceeding. And finally, on micro utilities, others will say more about that elsewhere, but it's clear that the Commission has an obligation to regulate micro utilities. It can't, proposals to escape regulation are not well taken, but but it is a particularly interesting pathway and applicable to new subdivisions, as was notable in the Sunnova proposal. And we just suggested that the Commission have a proceeding to clarify what it is that a micro utility has to satisfy in the way of regulations. And given that the Public Utility Code suggests that there be possibility of light-handed regulation. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baird. We'll be moving on to the Q&A portion. So, Masai, is there any raised hands?
Yeah, we have Jan at SDG&E. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and you can go ahead and speak. Jan, you are unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
It's very, very quiet. I don't know if you can turn up the volume on your
Let me
end.
try. Is this better?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So Baird, I have one question which I've never had satisfactorily answered, at least to my knowledge. What's the advantage of actually operating a microgrid in island mode during blue sky conditions? Why is that even?
You're not operating, nobody is suggesting that you operate in island mode. Let's be very clear about that. The point, well, I mean, the microgrid is like anybody else. It needs to protect its internal resources. And what microgrids will do when there's instability on the larger grid is to isolate themselves just to protect their internal operations and equipment. But as a general matter, you know, and for that reason, they should have the ability to do it when they feel the need to do it, unless it's a problem for the utility. But as a general rule, I'm not suggesting that there's any benefit to operating as an island, to the extent that, for instance, there's legacy gas generation in there, you know, that has a cost to it. If you can get it cheaper from the grid at, you know, 2 o'clock in the afternoon because the sun's shining, then by all means, shut down the polluting fossil fuel
That's helpful.
and buy from the grid. I mean, so, you know, the idea is to just optimize for the customers of the microgrid with the interconnection.
Okay, that's very helpful. The only other comment I would just note is in terms of the reliability, you know, most of these generators have automatic disconnect. If there was a problem on the grid, there's protection measures in place. So you don't really need a microgrid for that. That's pretty much inherent in any resource. Thanks, Baird.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ali. I'll go ahead and unmute you, and you can ask your question.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thanks. Baird, excellent presentation. Ali DiTrio, Microgrid Resources Coalition, Reimagine Power. I just want to clarify from another question that someone had asked you. In terms of microgrid operations in blue sky conditions, I think what you meant to say and clarify, please, for me and the audience, that microgrids are generally serving the load of their internal customers. One, correct? So that's one blue sky operation that they provide, is just serving the customer's own load. And then should there be an opportunity, you know, to provide, microgrids can also provide that capacity and reliability support in blue sky conditions as well, if necessary.
Yes, that's what I tried to say. If I failed, thanks for restating it.
Yes, that's one clarifying thing. And the other question is, microgrids, you know, if there were to be an outage, can do one of two things, correct? They can either serve the internal load of their customers in a, you know, resilience or, you know, mode that's disconnected from the utility grid because it's down, or they could provide that capacity to the grid if necessary and also do load shedding internally and just support critical operations. Is that correct?
Well, that's correct, but it would, I mean, if the grid is down, you can't do that. If the grid does what we think it ought to do, which is to have more digital visibility and control and be able to sectionalize the grid, then microgrids could contribute to operating a local section of the grid. But that's a future that that we hope we get to, but that's in the utilities court.
Got it. And like, just to be clear, like, microgrids could either respond in grid conditions, to certain grid conditions if called upon, and they could also just serve the internal load of their customers and help reduce demand on the system, correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we have one more question with Stephen. Stephen Neal, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Can everybody hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, hi. This is Stephen Neal with Cal Advocates. I wanted to get a clarification on one of your arguments. A few slides back or two, as the SB 1339 referencing a single controllable entity, your argument is that means that it should have control of all internal resources of the microgrid, but that's what that definition requires?
That's just the nature of a microgrid. Yeah, I think that's the idea. I mean, if it can't do that, it can't in effect operate as an island.
Would that include then, so the aggregator should have internal control. Would that then include the distribution system as well, or just the generation?
No, it doesn't control the distribution system. It has to operate within the parameters that the utility sets for the distribution system. In other words, if there are they're going to be required frequency ranges, they're going to be required maximum loading on particular wires. There are a bunch of things that the utility will specify in the operating agreement, and it has to then operate within those parameters. But the utility is always in control of the grid as such, the distribution system, and it always is responsible for repairs, always is responsible for if it needs to interrupt the operation of the microgrid to preserve its wires, it can do that.
Clarification.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. I know that Andy Bluevelt at Sunrun does have a question. We will recommend that we will try and take that up towards the end of the workshop as we are running out of time before our lunch break. Not seeing any more, so.
Masai, I think Jeremy has his hand up. And Jeremy, you're a panelist. You can go ahead and unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you're on mute if you're speaking right now.
Okay, there we go. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry. So I think obviously these tariff proposals are complex, and it's difficult to get into each detail here in the workshop. So I think what I want to do is respond at a high kind of conceptual level, which really kind of asks, like, who are we as a society? That's a question that is really kind of embedded in California's energy policy and included in our overall design. We share the electric grid is a public good. It's by definition a public good. It's for the benefit of it. I won't get into my economics background, but it's certainly a public good. And it's there for the benefit of all customers. Our rate design is just through and through embedded with California policy decisions with respect to cost sharing, with respect to supporting certain customer groups that need support, for example, in our care rates, et cetera. Rural communities that have a higher cost of service, they don't necessarily pay higher distribution rates, et cetera. Those are all policy decisions that California has made. It reflects who we are as a society. When I see proposals that say the microgrid will serve its own internal customers for their benefit, and we'll just take care of ourselves in this little corner of the world, it is essentially an abdication of that social responsibility to be part of this greater social good. It's a carve out from California's policies around cost sharing, around renewable energy, around et cetera, et cetera. I often say the biggest stealth tax and the biggest stealth policy instrument of the state, particularly in a state like California, is energy policy. It's not surprising that parties would want to carve out their own little corner of the world to be able to say, hey, over here, we can serve our customers better and cheaper. It's because you're avoiding all those policies. And so I think we just need to, as we're looking at these proposals, say, is this actually fundamentally fair for a group of customers to be able to say, we are going to just carve ourselves out and go away? The second thing I'd like to say is, with regard to the islanding component and the idea that the distribution utility would still be able to maintain and operate our grid, it doesn't matter if the third party chooses to go into an island here or there. It just reflects a failure to understand what utility operations actually look like. It's actually a very regimented way of work that involves standards, involves regular expectations as to the configuration of the grid. Even when we don't have visibility in, our operators know what the state of the grid is going to be because it is always in that state unless something exceptional has happened. As we start to lose that visibility and things start to become unnecessarily complex because things are islanding when it's unnecessary, it necessarily decreases safety by increasing the complexity of our operations. The grid simply just isn't a toy or a tool for people to use for their own personal benefit or purposes. It's an interconnected network that ideally operates in a macro grid state. But in a perfect world, we will have microgrid capabilities that say when we have a resilience head, or when we have a resilience event, we can move into a microgrid resilience operation, an island, and allow customers to continue to receive energy, which is the entire purpose of the grid. The purpose of the grid is when the lights turn on, or when you flip the switch, the lights turn on. That's the purpose of the grid. It's not to facilitate a third party's business model. That's not really what it's there for. It's there for the public benefit.
Well, let me tease apart. You said a lot of things I'll try and remember, but I'm an economist by training also, as well as a lawyer. Yes, it's a public good. I completely agree. That's why we have rules about cost shifting and their needs. And I completely agree that it's not carving out, well, I would suggest it's not carving out a piece of the grid for their own needs alone, but it's providing, the problem is that the public good sometimes doesn't provide services. And when you have the ability to supply it locally, then it can keep being supplied. And the essence of 1339 is to encourage people to do this on a widespread basis, not so that some get special treatment and others get left out. And in particular, I would point out that in low-income communities, which I do a lot of work with and with others of my hats on, the the energy burden can be 30, 40, 50% of household income. And the providing a less expensive community-based alternative is a great good thing. And it's not defunding any part of the grid, either what's inside or outside. They're still paying all the grid charges, although arguably, I know it's not the commission's job, but arguably they shouldn't be paying transmission charges. The average of line losses on the system, I don't know what your numbers say, but mine say around 7% across the entire system. If you serve local load locally, the line losses go down. There are efficiencies that happen from operating locally, and encouraging more renewable generation to get built locally is exactly what ought to be happening. And there's a lot of, I didn't go into it, but there's huge amounts of federal subsidy right now to help build those microgrids and distributed generation that could help build out local self-sufficiency and local energy democracy. So there's nothing wrong with a community saying, and that's the essence of what CCAs are, a community saying, well, let's go one better than a CCA. Let's get ourselves to be resilient. So I don't see those as inconsistent, and I see the job of the grid in that context as being to support all of them, and support all of them in a way that, if what you get, to borrow Tam Hunt's phrase, is 6 unicorns across the state, then you get the result that you were suggesting. But if what you do is allow anybody for whom it makes economic sense, and like I said, the ability of low-income communities to support a microgrid are not necessarily less than the ability of rich folks to support microgrids. Then we should make it possible for everybody to do it. And there I end my return sermon.
Bear, do you think it's possible for for a microgrid business model to be competitive with a base of care customers that get, I believe it's a roughly 30% discount on their electric utility bill?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So your argument is that in some instances, a microgrid can be constructed for customers at a lower cost than traditional utility service. And I would posit that that is true. We charge average rates. Therefore, by definition, some customers pay above average rates, some customers pay below, and particularly if you can avoid certain charges, you're going to find customers where that pencils out. What I question is your...
Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I paused, so that's my fault. What I question is, you say, it would apply to low-income customers as well. The math on that really starts to fall apart when you assume you have a customer base that is receiving a significant discount relative to what other customers are paying. Care rates run at about, I think it's 25 to 30% off. Please don't quote me on that. That's what it was years ago, but I know there was some work done to refine that over time. But still, it's a significant discount. So that cost competitiveness seems to just fall apart for low-income customers, and I don't see how this proposal would ultimately end up benefiting them. It feels like it would lead to flight by customers who pay higher than average rates, by definition, not on care, and has some means to be able to finance or fund this up front, and it leaves those who are still behind holding the bag.
Well, I'll, this is going to get widespread, and I can't give you actual numbers. As a general matter, I think local generation is going to provide cost savings to anybody and everybody. If you're spending the kind of money that a lot of low-income folks are spending on energy, if you can save them anything, you're doing well. As a rule, microgrids will pay for themselves if there are not barriers to their construction, and they are allowed to basically charge the customers for the value that the customers get, while the customers all pay the grid for the value the grid gets. And I think that it's a model that for the utilities to start thinking of customers as partners, as opposed to people that maybe they'll throw a few crumbs to, and start acting like this is normal when, for instance, SDG&E has 1 month to interconnect solar. You've outlined a process in this and things in this microgrid tariff that it's taking people on the evidence so far under the CMET, 3 years, and they're not anywhere close to done. So there's got to be a better way, and you got to start by having a tariff that allows the customers to pay for what they're getting from the microgrid, without charging the folks outside any extra.
Okay, thank you, Baird. I'm gonna hold the conversation there. We do have a couple more questions, but I'll ask that those questions be put in written form, and we'll try to get to those. Otherwise, you can ask them after today's lunch.
Yeah, and I will be here until about 3 o'clock your time. And if there are questions that come up after that, Ali DiTrio, who's spoken already, will try and step in.
All right. Thank you, Basai, and thank you, Baird, for your presentation. We'll do a lunch break, and I apologize since we're running quite a bit over. We're going to do a 45-minute lunch break instead. So we can meet back at 1:12. We have a lot more presentations this afternoon. So I'll see you all back at about 1:12, and we can get started again. And I paused the recording. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Hi, welcome back, everyone. We'll just jump right into it, and we'll get started with a presentation by Applied Medical Resources to go over their proposal. I'll hand it over to Steve.
Sounds great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can see you too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you and everyone for the time that's been put into this important issue, and Applied very much appreciates the opportunity to present here today with some what we would consider minor amendments to the rules to facilitate the dissemination of multi-property microgrids consistent with the Senate bill. Just as a brief background, and some we've gone over this in prior presentations, but if you could go to the next slide. I'd like to talk a little about Applied Medical, our experience in microgrids, and the changes we've got, a short response to some of the opening comments, and then we'll get to the Q&A. If you could go to the next slide. Applied is a medical device manufacturer. And if you're not familiar with Applied, they manufacture high quality devices right here in Southern California, and yet do so in a way that beats the competition that makes their stuff in China and other places. And it does, and that's been its mission since its founding, and it is centered here in Orange County, and has been very successful in bringing these products to market. Go to the next slide, please. And one of the questions is, how do you do that? I've heard many times over the years that's impossible. You can't compete with overseas manufacturing, and the answer is that you can. And one very, very important way to do that and compete is with vertical integration from soup to nuts. That means materials come in the front door like stainless steel and resins and plastics and silicones and leave as finished sterilized medical products. And Applied invests heavily in automation and also highly skilled workers to oversee those advanced processes. And that allows them to compete with these very high quality yet lower cost medical products that serve patients throughout the world. Next slide, please. The product offering has grown. I've been working with Applied for many years, and the product offering has grown and become synonymous with the best products on the market at the best price. And here's just some examples of those products that are used in surgery, largely in surgical types of procedures. Next slide, please. One of the things that's important with respect to Applied and vertical integration is that vertical integration goes across all areas of the company. And one of those areas is that facilitates our vertical integration is taking control or being more in control of the reliability of the power. As a manufacturer, we are a large customer of the IOUs, use a lot of power, and it's very important that power be reliable, there all the time, and be done at effective prices. And so we are, I think, ahead of the game in developing microgrids well before microgrids were a thing or talked about as the hot topic, and before the Senate bill was put in place. Applied was deploying microgrids, and an example is on the screen where 3 buildings that are next to each other have a cogeneration system, and the buildings are tied together, and that the cogeneration system very efficiently much more efficient than normal power generation, because you're able to use things like the waste heat to do other things like provide cooling and do those things. So by the time the system's out, it's very efficient and very clean. So this is clean and efficient energy, and it's reliable, and we're responsible for it ourselves. We are a non-export microgrid. In this thing, we are not allowed to send stuff back, which makes us compliant with Rule 218. And so it took thousands of man hours, but found a way through frankly, the red tape to do what you see on the slide. If you could go to the next slide, please. But as it moved to its other properties, as you can see, Applied has a number of properties where it does this manufacturing here in Southern California. As it moved to its own multiple adjacent properties, again, trying to do a non-export microgrid serving its own use only, it found the tariff permitted too much discretion in the IOUs. And let me just briefly explain that. Applied was ready to deploy a new microgrid serving that campus there almost 10 years ago, as at least my first involvement on it. Applied had excess generation down there in the building labeled R100, and wanted to share that energy with other buildings that were adjacent to it under the tariffs. But in order to connect those, it actually had to cross a public street. They were adjacent under the tariffs, but they did cross a public street. Now, none of the rules prohibited that. And upon lots of energy and discussions, the IOU simply said, we can't connect. It's in our discretion to connect. And, the only reason given was, well, if you cross public streets, that creates safety issues. But the city, of course, you'd have to have permits, and the city had authorized this, which is what the IOU had originally told Applied that it needed to do. But the tariff, according to the IOU, gave them unfettered discretion to just deny a connection and put that and basically kill that ability to use that system, that excess generation in R100 in the other properties because it crossed a public street. And so the proposed changes, if you could go to the next slide, please. In what I think it was 2018 or 2019, if I remember right, 2019, Senate Bill 1339 passed, and the commission opened this investigation to facilitate the commercialization of microgrids and resiliency strategies. The type of microgrid, which is a single customer servicing its own properties, adjacent properties, with its own power and a non-export, is not a utility under Rule 218. That does not qualify because they're only serving their own use, and it is not being exported to the grid. So the proposed changes that we're seeking or suggesting to Rule 216 and 18, we believe are minor and provide predictability by removing a major barrier to microgrid deployment, which is frankly the discretion mentioned in those rules, which is as agreed to by the IOU. Those suggested minor amendments simply require the utilities to provide a connection, provided that the microgrid meets all federal and state safety requirements and specifies that the customer to bear the cost. So it serves the requirements of Senate Bill 1339 with, by removing barriers for deploying the microgrids across, the investor-owned utilities, and without shifting costs onto non-benefiting customers, and provides improved reliability. As a big customer, Applied needs to have reliable power. And when there's power outages due to fire dangers or anything like that on the grid, that means Applied is not able to make its products, which meet the needs of hospitals and emergencies worldwide. So resiliency is served, the cost is not borne, and so the edit there that you see in bold is just to make clear where the customer seeks to develop a microgrid that is compliant with Section 218. The IOU shall agree to install facilities which are in addition to or in substitution to the standard facilities that they would normally be installed and that meet nationally recognized safety and reliability standards. The cost thereof shall be borne by the applicant. All of the things from Senate bill are served by this minor modification. If you could go to the next slide. A similar type of language in Rule 16, which addresses added facilities, is proposed, as you see in bold there. where the customer seeks to develop a microgrid that is compliant with Section 218. SE shall agree to install facilities which are in addition to or in substitution for the standard facilities SCE would normally install and that meet nationally recognized safety and reliability standards. The cost thereof shall be borne by the applicant. Again, there is no cost shifting. There is no burden on the grid by virtue of this. And if anything, it takes burden off the grid, a grid that we all know is aging and having higher and higher demands with more and more electrification, and yet having more and more issues with the age of the grid. So this resiliency is enhanced by a very large consumer of power. The hopeful effect, as we mentioned there in the slide, is that it provides certainty to the microgrid operators that they know if they go down this path, they're not going to invest millions of dollars and thousands of man hours to be told at the discretion of the IOU, sorry, we're not going to connect. We know you meet all the safety standards. You're not a utility, so under 218 because it's non-export, but sorry, we won't connect to you. And so, and the costs are of course not shifted. So next slide, please. So here's the Rule 18 proposed change, which again is a simple change. We think these are, by the way, not complicated. There was some discussions earlier today about how complicated this is. To me, complications is code for more barriers, and SB 1339 was to remove barriers to these kinds of microgrids. And so, these simple amendments are to do just that, to remove those barriers and make sure that none of the cost is borne. And the proposed edit here is down in bold, where a customer operates a microgrid that serves the customer's other premises, but that otherwise complies with Public Utilities Code, Section 218. That's the other place where you can put in a microgrid. Again, the desired effect is that a multi-property microgrid provides certainty to those microgrid operators that if they're going to move to invest. And look, Applied started this process of the one that was unsuccessful. I think it was over 10 years ago, and has spent millions of dollars and thousands of man hours trying to make such a microgrid work. The barriers have prevented it. And this is a real life situation. This isn't conjecture. It's not speculation. Applied tried, and it could not do it. The goal here is to remove that barrier and not have the IOU simply be able to say no. And, because for whatever reason they find, or no reason at all. And so that's the goal of these amendments. If you could go to the next slide. So there were some comments filed by the Joint IOUs, the CUE and SCE that we referenced in our written submission. I'd like to just address those briefly to make sure that there's no misunderstanding or lack of clarity. One suggestion was this is outside the scope of the current proceeding, right? Track 5 was scoped to address multi-property microgrids. It was not in any way limited to community microgrids with more than one customer. It said one or more customers. Applied as one customer with adjacent buildings desiring to run its own microgrid, consistent with exactly what SB 1339 is asking to promote. And because it's a smaller microgrid, these are the kinds of microgrids that can get off the ground much quicker. They can be done by one customer. They can be implemented. You don't have to have whole communities, but there was no restriction on track 5 to being community microgrids only. And by the way, in a community microgrid, there's going to be connections crossing public streets. So that issue should be irrelevant. There was a new thing which we had never heard before, which is AMR's request would impair the IOU's service to other customers. Well, that's not an explanation that was ever given, nor that we were allowed to engage in and try to solve, right? So that's just a new shifted explanation for declining to interconnect AMR's microgrid. That was not raised. The issue raised was we have discretion to deny under the tariff. If that discretion remains, it doesn't really matter what the reason is. They can say no. There was some discussion that they would need to require SCE to abandon, sell, or replace existing assets. Those have were never identified and could have been addressed in a collaborative thing. But the issue was the discretion. We can simply turn it down. That wasn't raised, right? And so there has been nothing. And there are procedures to deal with the transfer, abandonment, and the payment of those. And in fact, Applied and SCE have engaged in those kinds of things, right? Finally, they suggested that the place to go to with this was the CPUC. Really, litigation should not be the preferred path for an IOU to meaningfully consider. They have to do all that investment, move down it, make a commitment, invest time and money to then simply be in litigation to consider a multi-property microgrid proposal. So that shouldn't be the resolution, which is, okay, we'll just have litigation about this each time somebody wants to build a microgrid. That's a barrier which we're supposed to be taking down with Senate Bill 1339. Briefly, there were some other arguments made by the Joint IOUs and the CUE that the law requires the IOUs to control and operate multi-property microgrids. We don't find anything. Sections 218 and 339.2 don't prohibit a privately owned non-export microgrid for adjacent properties serving one customer. And so that's the brief response to those arguments. Could you go to the next slide? So there's precedent for promoting this interconnection predictability in this order, instituting rulemaking to consider streamlining interconnection of distributed energy resources. And that precedent basically dealt with the same thing, which is you can't just have unfettered discretion in the IOU and believe there'd be simplicity or more cost-effective interconnections, right? Investor-owned utilities in that order relinquished the unfettered discretion to deny third-party upgrades. And so the same type of precedent exists for what we are suggesting in the rule changes here. Look, the grid capacity and reliability we know is an issue. Demand is going to continue to grow with all of the push for clean energy. Local production helps avoid the problems of a lack of capacity, but putting up impediments to independence and reliability will force companies, frankly, out of the state, right? They will be forced to look elsewhere if they want to compete. And certainly we want to encourage, and we all learned since COVID, we really need to have manufacturing here. And Applied is doing that, doing all the things that California would like to promote, but has run into an impediment. And that impediment is the absolute or the contention by the IOUs that there is absolute discretion in denying an interconnection to this type of microgrid. And that completes my comments. I think I didn't exceed my time, and we're happy to take questions.
Thanks, Steve. And just for those who joined in after lunch, just a reminder to participants, you can access the raise hand function by going to the participants window and using the raise hand button there, or at the bottom of your screen, there should be a little hand icon that you can click on to raise your hand. With that, any raised hands or written Q&A questions, Ms. I?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I'm not seeing any.
Okay. If there are no questions, we can move along to the next presentation from Clean Coalition. Ben, you can go ahead and get started.
Great, thank you.
And thanks, Steve, for your presentation.
Thanks for the
Well,
time, and
everyone-
I'll give a little time back to the group today.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Schwartz. I'm the policy manager with the Clean Coalition, and I'm here today to discuss our proposal in Track 5 for a resilient energy subscription, which we view is a very revolutionary way to both finance and deploy community microgrids. The current paradigms require outside funding entirely, and there is no way to particularly value or compensate the resilience that is provided by a community microgrid, which is one of the main value offerings that a microgrid provides. So there is somewhat of an inconsistency between the services we are asking a microgrid to provide and the compensation that we are providing it for those services. So certainly resilience is one key, and the other is the concept of scalability. And so I will go through that further. Next slide, please. Just quickly, the Clean Coalition is a nonprofit. Our mission is to accelerate the transition to renewable energy and a modern grid through technical, policy, and project development expertise. In our view of the world, we should be striving to achieve, obviously, 100% renewable energy, but importantly, around 25% of that energy should be local, interconnected to the distribution grid, and that enables resilience. It also enables a cost-effective solution for local residents. And then, of course, the remaining 75% of energy will be remote, dependent on the transmission grid. As was mentioned earlier today, I believe by Baird, one of the important value offerings of a community microgrid is that it optimizes the use of the distribution grid and creates conditions to guarantee that the transmission grid, transmission infrastructure is not being used, and that reduces line losses, that reduces congestion, and that also helps improve market outcomes for other participants who are utilizing the transmission grid, and that really benefits all ratepayers. So there is significant value to be had in that sense. Next slide. Great. So the resilient energy subscription fundamentally addresses three concerns with community microgrids, and that's valuing resilience as well as scalability. Of these three E's, if you will, establishing, enhancing, and expanding community microgrids, current programs such as the Community Microgrid Enablement Tariff and the Microgrid Incentive Program only address the first one of those, which is establishing an initial community microgrid. And those community microgrids are designed around critical community facilities, as can be seen on the right in the rendering of a grid area in Southern California, where there is a water district located adjacent to a fire district and a number of other potential critical sites around it, including a bank, a post office, a gas station, and a market. Now, one of the reasons that I'm raising this issue is because under the current microgrid incentive program, there is a limit in terms of what can be served. And I don't mean a technical limit. In theory, a microgrid can serve as many critical facilities as is possible in the given footprint. However, in the scoring system, an applicant only receives points for serving 3 critical community facilities. After that, there are no additional points, and the increased cost means that the applicant's total score will be lower than it would have been if only 3 critical facilities were served. And so part of the resilient energy subscription is enabling a microgrid that can be deployed to serve as many critical facilities as is in the area and maximizing the efficiency of that first deployment. Now, once the community microgrid and footprint has been established, the next step is enhancing the microgrid and that footprint by adding additional facilities and enabling them to have resilience. That could be other critical facilities. It could also be residential customers as well. Now, once the footprint has been enhanced, there is really an incremental cost when it comes to serving additional customers and increasing the scale of that microgrid via expanding it to serve a larger footprint. And in this way, a microgrid is not a static deployment. It's not necessarily a one and done. It can actually become, in many ways, a livable deployment that increases based on the needs of the communities and the functionality of the investor-owned utility that serves the area. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the RES is a straightforward fee-based market mechanism that finances the enhancement of and expansion of community microgrids. And this is done through a daily delivery of locally generated energy during grid outages, and that ensures unparalleled energy resilience. So a potential subscriber will pay a $1 per kilowatt hour fee each month, and that is separate from any existing rate tariff. So this can be added on top of another rate tariff, which guarantees that amount of energy will be delivered in the event of an outage. And so, for example, if a facility reserves and pays for 10 kilowatt hours, in the event of an outage, they will be guaranteed at the very least 10 kilowatt hours worth of energy, and it will be up to them to manage that energy usage. Now, in most situations, given the way that microgrids are deployed and the ratio of generation to storage, that facility will likely have access to more energy than just 10 kilowatt hours, but at the very least, it knows that 10 kilowatt hours will be the minimum. And then, of course, during blue sky conditions, there will be no restriction on the amount of energy, and that energy will be billed under the otherwise applicable tariff. And then for the community microgrid owner operator, the cost of service will be recovered, and that's the cost of service required to meet any obligations for RES contracts. And then the cost of service is also determined by any CapEx and OpEx costs that are associated with the microgrid deployment, as well as an appropriate rate of return. We want to make sure with this proposal that whoever the microgrid owner operator is will receive a significant rate of return, and we are targeting something that is greater than the average rate of return for a distribution project to really make sure that there is an incentive to move forward with these types of investments. And it's worth adding that we envision under the current paradigm that the investor-owned utilities are well poised to own and operate microgrids, although we do not assume that it needs to be a utility that is the owner-operator. For example, in the context of RCAM, the Redwood Coast Airport microgrid, the utility operates the microgrid during normal blue sky conditions, and it doesn't operate as a microgrid. Then during black sky conditions, control is handed over to RCEA, the Redwood Coast Airport Energy Authority, excuse me. They also are responsible for ownership of those assets. So there are multiple ways that ownership could work under RES, and it's quite flexible in regards to that context. Next slide, please. For an individual facility that is interested in determining what the appropriate amount of energy to subscribe for under the RES is, the Clean Coalition recommends usage of VOR 123, which is our methodology for determining what the value of resilience is for an individual facility. This load tiers the different demand at a site and helps determine which are critical. So for example, tier 1 loads are mission critical and life sustaining. These are typically around 10% of the total load, and in any given microgrid or resilient configuration warrant 100% resilience, so they should never turn off. Tier 2 loads are generally around 15% of the load, and these are priority loads that will be kept on, but generally, as long as doing so does not threaten the ability to maintain any tier 1 loads.
And then the remaining 75% of loads are considered discretionary or tier 3 loads, and are only maintained in the event when doing so does not threaten tier 1 and tier 2 resilience. So for microgrids that we design, we really focus on those tier 1 and tier 2 loads. And in theory, with solar and storage, can enable indefinite renewables-driven backup power for those most critical loads. Now, a site can either use this methodology or go over some other historical usage data to determine what an appropriate allocation is. But to be clear, there is no requirement that a site has to choose X amount to back up. Really, it's based on willingness to pay and value of the loads that are being secured. Next slide. So in the same way that we can tier loads for an individual facility, we're also able to tier loads for a broader distribution grid area. And this is because the ratios of generation and energy storage, or solar plus storage, that we would use for a solar microgrid can also be applied for a community microgrid. So as can be seen, on the top are the different types of facilities, and then on the side are the different level tiers, the most important of which are tier 1 loads at tier 1 facilities. And we argue in our filings that the most important loads at the most important facilities, being critical facilities, should be socialized. And that's because these are critical services that benefit society and provide a public good in the same way that the electrical grid provides a public good. And so keeping both on, particularly in the event of a broader outage, provides value, significant value to the public. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the top emphasis is for critical loads at critical facilities. And this is represented by the dark green square in the top left. That would be tier 1 loads at tier 1 facilities. And if we consider the example of some critical facilities, such as fire stations or emergency shelters, these can also include apartment complexes with shelter-in-place capacities or data centers and pharmacies. Each of these provides some sort of critical service. At a fire station, the tier 1 loads would be the dispatch, the ability to communicate, and the fuel pumps to ensure that the trucks can get off and fighting fires. At an airport, it would be the control tower with the dispatch and any runway lights to ensure that the functionality is preserved. And so the dark green is the most important, and that will be what the primary community microgrid is designed around, as well as those lighter green squares, which represent tier 2 loads at tier 2 facilities, and tier 2 loads at tier 1 facilities. So if there's enough extra funds available, those costs may also be socialized as well, depending on what the economics look like. But the point is that green represents the most important loads and facilities, whereas yellow and then behind that gray are less important and should only be kept on if there are res contracts to serve or if there is extra energy available. Next slide, please. So how does this work for the community microgrid owner operator? The outflows must be lower than the cash inflows. So in this case, the microgrid inflows are any aggregate res fees, any energy sold to the utility on an everyday basis. And what I mean here is any community microgrid assets that are sized for resilience, but provide or participate in markets during blue sky conditions, and then any incentives from solar and battery energy storage systems. Whereas the outflows are CapEx and OpEx costs. So assuming the inflows are greater than the outflows and the cost of service is being reached, then it makes sense to move forward with a deployment via the res. Next slide. So these represent in a table view the outflows and inflows for a design of a community microgrid in Southern California from 2021. And just a few things here. The first is that this is a 30-year analysis. The second is that with these inputs in place, we expect that the RES will result in an internal rate of return of at least 9%. And this is critical because as far as we're aware, the typical rate of return for a distribution infrastructure project, such as a common upgrade or a transformer upgrade, is around 8%. And so enabling a community microgrid deployment that is more valuable for the owner operator than a traditional return makes this a worthwhile investment and not just something that can only be done at the behest of a community if all other funding is provided. This provides a way to make a significant amount of money for all involved while providing that key value creation. And I'll also just point out that these inputs were put in place in 2021, and since then, through things like the Inflation Reduction Act, there are far greater incentives available, both at a state and federal level, that will improve the economics of this design further. And then I'll also just add that the RES fee that an individual facility will be paying for an allocation of guaranteed delivered energy during an outage, the fee will be at its highest when the initial community microgrid is deployed. And over time, as more capacity and the footprint of the microgrid expands, the RES fees will only ever go down. So the larger the community microgrid, the more financially attractive it will be to additional subscribers. And of course, this is an opt-in rather than an opt-out. So only those who have an interest and a willingness to pay for resilience will join the microgrid, and those who do not have that willingness to pay or do not have an interest in resilience will not be in any way required to join or have a RES subscription here. Next slide. And so on the whole, there is the question of what makes this valuable for either the subscriber or the community microgrid owner. For the subscriber, a value appropriate subscription ratio of around 1% makes this feasible. So if you take a look at the graphic on the bottom left here, for every 1% of load that is backed up, a subscriber should expect to pay around an additional 1%. So a pretty clear linear relationship, and there are dotted lines that demonstrate that to back up those tier 1 loads, 10%, a subscriber should expect to pay around an extra 10%, and likewise for those tier 2s, around 25% for 25% of the load. And then for the community microgrid owner operator, having that positive IRR of 9% makes this somewhat of a lucrative investment and really creates an incentive to move forward with these types of deployments. So on the whole, the RES allows community microgrids to be deployed at scale and expanded as more facilities desire resilient energy guarantees, making community microgrids a living deployment that can evolve as the community's needs evolve. And then second, the RES provides a revolutionary and straightforward path for financing community microgrids and delivering unparalleled resilience to communities. And I'll just add in this sense, so for individual facilities that have existing solar on the roof under a net metering arrangement perhaps, the RES also provides increased value. Said facility could subscribe for a single kilowatt hour, which is just enough to keep the lights on, and that will also keep the solar functioning. And that solar can A, provide resilience to the site during that outage, and B, any excess generation can be exported to the community microgrid, helping to provide a broader level of community resilience. So it makes sense for those without any generation. It also makes sense for those with existing distributed generation on site. And then the third is that the RES enables greater harmonization between local energy needs and societal planning in a way that puts the people first and truly enables both affordability as well as resilience. So I will end it there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Ben. Masai, is there any hands up?
Yeah, I'm seeing two. We can start with Edia and Castro at SCE. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Ben. This is Edwin Castaño with Southern California Edison. Nice seeing you again. I have some questions. I think in my read of your proposal, this is more complementary to what the process outlined by the utilities multi-property microgrid process to get to the microgrid. So this will kind of build on top of it to try to get that economic incentive during the operation of the microgrid. In your opinion, how would the contractual obligation between the microgrid operator and the customers are? In other words, let's just say that for a community, this makes sense, but how do you reach out to the customers and see if they would agree to sign up to this type of engagements for 30 years? And what type of approval from the CPUC would you say that is needed so that those accounts in that specific community will stay in that kind of payment plan for those 30 years? How do you envision that happening in practicality?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And you definitely put it really well. We do see this as potentially complementary to other frameworks that are out there, including but not limited to what's on the books for the CMET. I will say that this proposal does not change our position that we think that streamlined interconnection and upfront timelines, amongst other things, are still necessary and are existing barriers. In terms of the way that contracts will be done, obviously I mentioned the microgrid will be designed on a 30-year basis. Certainly that's not necessarily realistic for the customers subscribing. So what we have planned is a 1-year opt-in period for any other customers that are non-critical facilities. And the critical facilities are the focus. Any other customers will be required to start out with 1-year contracts. And then if they want to leave after that time is over, then they are able to do so. That provides some level of stability for the microgrid and also allows a wait list to build up for other customers that are either in the footprint of the existing microgrid or are potentially in an adjacent area where the community microgrid might be expanded to next. And so in that sense, that a single customer opting out after a year or potentially a dozen will not actually create that big of an impact. And it also sets up a really nice and kind of organized system through which a community microgrid owner can work with the utility in terms of how that microgrid might be expanded. In terms of the CPUC's role, I think that's something that we can explore a little bit further. But assuming that the bounds of this program are created effectively, I think it would be more of a reporting requirement, if anything, than an active management role that the CPUC has to take. But certainly open to exploring that.
Just a quick follow-up. So you would envision that somehow there would be the ability to disconnect meters or to disconnect customers from that specific topology of the grid, right? It would be kind of a fluent microgrid. Just thinking about the technical requirements for it.
Yes, so we've spoken with other utilities and are aware that with current smart meters in place, remote disconnections should not be a problem, and that's currently within the functionality of meters as they exist at the moment. So we do not think any further technology is needed there, and certainly the utilities are capable of turning power on and off for new customers without having to roll a truck out to an individual area. So we see this as a way to design community microgrids in an effective manner and to ensure that the costs are covered in an accurate way without shifting costs to non-participating customers.
Okay, thank you, Ben.
Okay, moving along, we have Aisha. I'll go ahead and unmute you. Go ahead and speak, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Excellent, thank you. Ben, Aisha, San Diego Community Power. Ben, I was hoping you could expand or clarify how costs would be socialized.
Yeah, so that's a good question. There are a couple ways. The first is that we see this as an opportunity for investment. So there are a lot of grants out there that could help with this process. Depending on the number of subscribers, costs could be socialized amongst those within the footprint of the microgrid who are participating. And particularly as more subscribers are added over time, the increased number of people to socialize those costs, and particularly those costs for resilience at the top loads for critical facilities, would not be a significant burden in any way. And then, for a CCA, this is a great way to invest local funds into local resources and resilience. So it could also potentially be an option to utilize funds in local programs. And then, of course, the same is true in disadvantaged communities and equity communities in particular. The Commission is often looking for a framework to make, very clear investments to guarantee that there are greater deployments of distributed generation and opportunities to reduce energy burdens. This framework presents a very clear way, and the potential benefits are demonstrable in the form of the community microgrid and resilience. So there are a number of different options, and I think we have not necessarily been overly prescriptive, just to ensure that this framework remains flexible.
Okay, thank you, Ben. We have Jane Roshan who had a question. Go ahead, please. You're unmuted.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Okay. Hi, Ben. This is Jane Roshan with Cal Advocates. I just, I wanted to ask, since your proposal, the value of resilience 1, 2, 3 methodology is so clearly creating, a valuation of based upon load that would be integrated into the tariff design. And obviously this has been a recurring theme throughout this whole proceeding, but I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how creating a structured and kind of, relatively prescriptive valuation fits into the kind of principles of this this track and the design kind of parameters, like why it makes sense for us at this point to be considering a valuation and embedding that into the tariff. I think that would be helpful to hear a little bit more, since it's a bit distinctive from some of the other proposals. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I think the first thing is that the Clean Coalition's VOR 123 methodology is used as a way to determine the individual values at a facility level. And, this is not necessarily something that needs to be ingrained in a final tariff. It just provides individuals a way to help determine what an appropriate res allocation would be. On a broader community level, I think, we're at this troublesome position or intersection here where we are trying to value resilience in terms of community benefits and how that relates to the distribution grid as a public good, and how the distribution grid will and the changing distribution grid will enable the state to achieve its goals. So there are a lot of intersecting conversations here, and what I think that considering resilience in a broader community framework and tiering the loads and tiering the value of facilities in a society or in a community allows us to do is help determine where it's appropriate to make those investments and what the actual community or public goods are, if you will. And so, you know, to a certain extent, I think this is, you know, putting a little bit of a spin on the current investment framework with the caveat of resilience. And the fact that resilience has not really been a focus, it's been more of a secondary consideration, particularly when it comes to cost. So I think the broader answer to your question is that adding a load tiering methodology to this framework is a way to help integrate the consideration of resilience into the broader questions of affordability, of decarbonization, and of, you know, the transition that's going on in the grid. And, you know, one of the sentiments that I've heard throughout the day is that the microgrid needs to be able to participate effectively in other programs and, you know, have its full value demonstrated. And the res doesn't necessarily answer all of the questions about other programs or, you know, avoiding certain values or societal benefits, but it does help us create a framework to at least, you know, internalize some of that value and you know, kind of differentiate between something exclusively being in the realm of the utility and utility rates and something that is in a public good that is broader to society. So it helps us overlap kind of societal benefits and strictly utility benefits.
Okay, thank you, Ben. We do have a question that came through the chat. Jan Strack at SDG&E asks 2 questions. 1, how do you exclude customers from the microgrid that choose not to participate? And 2, if a customer chooses to participate and then moves, how is the new customer that moves in treated? Who would be responsible for managing the move in, move out with regards to participation and non-participation?
So answering the second question first, we envision a 1-year contract for anyone that opts into a res allocation, and that creates enough cost certainty for the microgrid owner operator to ensure that resilience is feasible. It also enables for the customer enough certainty to ensure that resilience is going to be guaranteed during that year. So if a customer decides to move halfway through that process, they will still be, in theory, responsible for the remaining costs that they've agreed to, just like in any other contract. And the new customer, you know, that's another question of whether they will have to start their own contract or will receive resilience based on the existing contract. But the point being that a 1-year contract provides certainty and stability. In terms of customers that choose to not opt in and receive a res allocation, that's demonstrating that they do not believe that resilience is valuable enough to add any resources, and they will be turned off at their meter, at the smart meter, at the time when the transition from blue sky to black sky conditions occurs, ensuring a smooth transition, and then will be re-energized upon the transition back into the broader grid.
Thank you, Ben. And then we have one more question from Jeremy. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, Ben. A lot of good thinking here. The IOUs, we raised some questions and comments. I don't want to revisit all of them here. I do have just 2 things to point out real quickly. One, I just want to clarify, you mentioned earlier in the RCAM situation, RCEA operating or controlling the microgrid when in islanded mode. Modest clarification there is that really it's a partnership, so PG&E continues to be the distribution system operator, with responsibility for the wires, and RCEA is the generation operator with responsibility for the generation controller and providing power and frequency and voltage support. So, but the clarification in just terminology, that's all, to make sure there is no confusion. One question that I do have for the proposal is, do you, a concern I have is really making sure that these microgrids would not negatively impact other customers on the service of other customers on the grid. And let me explain. Really, there's two scenarios. One, smart meters. If we were to use smart meters, true, in theory, the utilities might be able to set up communication systems such to be able to enable remote shut-off. There's some costs associated with that, and there'll be questions about who would actually have to bear the cost of setting that up, et cetera. But more what I'm getting at is the communications network is not set up to be fail-safe, is my understanding. In a mesh network, the advantage is it tries to send a signal. We try to send a signal out to the meter, or the meter tries to send a signal back, and it bounces off multiple points trying to find its way all the way back, either all the way out to the meter or all the way back to the utility endpoint. Those communications fail. And in a billing context, it doesn't matter. If it didn't work that hour, we'll try again next hour, and maybe it'll get through. I don't know if it's actually hour frequency, but there's, it's okay for that signal to not get through. If the signal is to shut off a customer and it doesn't get through, well, that messes with the economics of your microgrid. So that's an issue from a business perspective, one that's manageable. More concerning to me is when that signal needs to be sent to turn a customer back on because the grid has been reconstituted, re-energized. If that signal doesn't get through, then the non-participating customers are experiencing an outage longer than necessary. And that feels unfair and doesn't leave them whole. So I do have some concerns about the use of the smart meter network. I don't know. I'll pause and see if you want to respond to that. I'm mostly just making a point. I don't know if you want to respond at all.
So, honestly, I think it's an important concern, and that to make this work, and honestly to really understand the full capabilities of community microgrids in general, I think it would be very helpful to understand the exact functionalities of smart meters and what we can and can't do. And I think that will also help illuminate and what we should be striving to achieve. Obviously we don't want some customers treated or put in a position where they have it worse off than other customers. So, potentially a pilot program to test those capabilities for a community microgrid developed using the RES could be helpful. And so obviously we strive to achieve the best situation possible, but that's not always the case. And, I would point out PG&E is currently using fast trip outages that end up turning off a line for all customers, even if one section of the line is impacted. And, obviously that's done in the best interest of preventing wildfires and protecting PG&E's infrastructure, but that is not necessarily fair on the line, especially if a more targeted solution might have been more effective. So I understand the sentiment, and obviously in a perfect world, we would achieve something that is equitable for everyone, and maybe we are able to do that until we understand the full capabilities from the utility side of things on what smart meters are able to do now and what they will be able to do, in a year when these first projects potentially are being submitted for, technical studies. I think it's hard to answer that question completely.
Yeah, and it's unfair for me to put that. That's why I said it's more of a comment and something for you to think about than a question, because it's really something that needs investigation. So I agree with your points, save for the analogy to EPSS. I don't think that's actually a fair comparison, but still, nonetheless. The other point that I would make, it's very similar to the first one, and I think it's just a broader issue for community microgrids, is there's a similar problem with microgrids that are not end of line. If they're in the middle of a feeder, when that microgrid goes in, that microgrid can't go into an island voluntarily when there is not a grid outage, because it'll cut off everyone downstream. That's an important thing to remember when we're talking about these microgrids. And the second point is it needs to be able to very rapidly reconnect to the broader grid when the broader grid reconstitutes itself. Otherwise, the customers that are downstream on the line of the microgrid will remain cut off from their energization source. So just, again, that's not for you, that's a technical problem that needs to be solved, and I suspect through the MIP program we're gonna face these issues, and we're thinking about them internally and how to solve them, but just raising that those are barriers that need to be worked through in order for these models to work.
Yeah, I definitely understand. I'll just add, you know, in the ideal world, we won't have to choose any customers, right? If possible, we would want to include as many and ideally all customers on within the footprint of the microgrid. That certainly does become slightly more difficult, as other parties have raised in comments, with you know, any requirements that limit the size of potential solar development. So, you know, oversizing definitely solves some of these issues, but obviously there's a lot more technical work to be done to ensure that this is not an issue in any use case.
Okay, now you triggered another question for me, sorry. So in thinking about your ability to acquire customers into the microgrid, one barrier that I had thought about before is, if I'm a customer and I've already installed solar and say like a Tesla Powerwall, I'm not likely to want to pay Clean Coalition for a community scale microgrid that is redundant to what I've already self-provided. And so I saw that as a barrier. But in this moment, I wonder whether you foresee these arrangements actually having an opportunity for those customers to participate in maybe either for free or be compensated because they have brought something to the table. What does that look like?
Yeah, so you hit it right on the head. I kind of tried to squeeze it in at the end of the presentation there. In our minds, if that customer pays for 1 kilowatt hour, then they ensure that their system remains on. They ensure that they get that kilowatt hour if they need it. But that also allows them to be in a situation where they can potentially sell any excess energy to the microgrid operator during that black sky condition, and, you know, provide themselves with resilience and have an opportunity to continue making money when the broader grid is down. So it's kind of a new market for, you know, for them to utilize, and also provides, in the broader sense, provides another building block for that community microgrid. We definitely see solar plus storage and solar microgrids as complementary as building blocks of community microgrids, and not inherently oppositional to them, if you will.
Great, thank you both. I am not seeing any more Q&A. We can move on to the next presentation.
All right, thank you, Masai, and thank you, Ben, for your presentation. Moving on to Tam from Green Power Institute. Go ahead, Tam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Tam Hunt, GPI, and joining me today is Sam White. He'll help answer questions in the Q&A portion. I do want to actually just express appreciation for that interesting dialogue with Ben's presentation and smart meters. And Jeremy raises some good points about the engineering details of how this would work. And I want to put in a plug real quick for a future workshop, I think, that would tackle those issues and more. That would, I think, be, you know, a full day discussion, if not more, about how these things work in relation to MIP microgrids and also other kinds of microgrids. I'm not seeing my slides yet. Andrew, can you pull up my slides? There we go. Great. So just very briefly on this, because it's been covered already. 1339 passed a number of years ago and required, among other things, that the commission create rates and tariffs to commercialize microgrids. This, in our view, requires compensation. Again, as necessary, we recognize it is in the language. And we've presented in our comments a number of times now, empirical data showing that a compensation tariff is necessary because, as I mentioned earlier today, the various programs created by the Commission and by the legislature over the years to compensate DERs for front-emitter DERs simply have not worked. And two examples were raised in our comments because parties have raised them as possible revenue streams, PURPA and DITIF. They simply haven't worked. They've got, I think, a total between the two of them, 4.5 megawatts in the ground in the last 10 years. And so we can't simply point to those programs without looking at whether they actually work. So in our policy recommendations, we always try to, take a database approach and just, look at things and see how they work on the ground. Next slide, please. So, taking a database approach to looking at microgrids and the history in California, it's not been pretty so far. We have just a few online so far. And PG&E CMET, in its first 3 years of operation, we have 1 through to operation, and that has received a large amount of funding from CEC and other sources, as Jeremy mentioned earlier. And so that can't be a sustainable model for making microgrids more widespread. Next slide. So the metaphor here is meant to be somewhat humorous, but also, practical. We want donkeys, not unicorns. And donkeys are, everyday, functional creatures that help in a lot of different ways. We want to see microgrids in that mold in California. And to get microgrid donkeys, we need to have viable compensation mechanisms. Next slide. So we propose 2 key components for compensation, and we fully agree with MRC on their focus on internal sales for many kinds of microgrids, not all, and I'll get to that in a second. But in terms of this first mechanism, this would be a way to compensate the microgrid operator for internal sales, meaning sales within the microgrid boundaries. And those boundaries can be virtual or physical, depending on the conditions, blue sky or black sky. And this goes a bit to what Ben and Jeremy were talking about in terms of smart meters, et cetera. I won't go into details today, don't have time. But again, a future workshop would be great on those issues, I think. So our proposal would be an opt-in arrangement where customers say, yes, I want to be part of that microgrid. And they would pay a negotiated price based on their view on the benefit of resilience from that microgrid during black sky conditions and just in general for operations in blue sky conditions. We proposed the avoided cost calculator values at each location as the amount that the utility, as the pass-through entity, would pay to the microgrid operator. But the actual cost the customer pays would be negotiated. In this manner, we avoid any implications of 218 or conflict with 218. And this actually is very similar in some ways to PG&E's existing Green Saver program as an example. And this is a community solar program where customers can save up to 20% on their bills and incentivize local solar. And PG&E acts as the pass-through entity for that program, even though there are third parties building and operating those community solar facilities. Next slide. So where we have, I'd say, a value add compared to other parties' proposals is in emphasizing the need to create conditions for renewables-focused microgrids. And we certainly agree that technologies of various kinds can and will be used for microgrids, particularly when resilience is the main focus. We do, though, want to emphasize in our work and our proposal the value of solar as a particularly robust kind of resilience that can work not only during short outages, but also potentially long outages if that facility is oversized. So for example, if you have 1 megawatt of load and you have solar at say 3 megawatts, and it happens to be cloudy during that grid outage, and if your battery is not sized sufficiently, you're not going to have that much power for resilience when the grid is down. We certainly agree with Ben's kind of tiering approach in terms of critical facilities, and we recognize that even though all load may not be met, some load could be met even in those kind of conditions. But in general, we want to see effective, resilient microgrids that focus on renewables rather than backup generators. And in order to achieve this, you have to have oversized renewables that can work in terms of solar and storage, even when the sun is not shining. And so in this example, this would be kind of an outlier example with the 1 megawatt load I mentioned. If you want 2 days of reliable power, even if the sun isn't shining, and you want to supply the full load, then you would need actually 12 megawatts of solar and 48 megawatt hours of storage. That's what I mean by oversizing. Next slide. So in order to incentivize that kind of oversizing, we need to have economic viability. And that means you have to have a revenue stream to actually finance these kinds of projects. We see this as an opportunity, not an issue. We are, in fact, as I'm sure most of you are aware, seeing a new and dramatic increase in electricity demand in California and around the country and the world, frankly. Data center growth, EVs, cryptocurrency, which I do not support at this point in terms of proof of work, mining, but it is happening. And then the new and perhaps the biggest one moving forward is AI. And I'll talk about that in a second here. But with this grid demand growing, we are going to see RPS obligations growing. So even if utilities have their RPS obligations met in the near term, that may well change, and it may change dramatically in the next few years. And so having more power on the grid from renewable DERs and being compensated for the grid value, not a subsidy, for the grid value, we see as a public good, not a problem. And so an example here, a recent report from Grid Strategies, looking at the national picture, actually found in just the span of 1 year, an effective doubling of their forecast for new demand growth through 2028. So this really is a remarkable period. We've gone for decades in California with basically flat demand, and we're now seeing that change very dramatically. Next slide. This is the most recent CEC demand forecast, and this shows about 10 gigawatts of new demand projected by 2040. And my view is that this probably is a pretty serious underestimate. Next slide. This is a recent report from the IEA, and this is looking at, again, the growth in demand for traditional data centers, cryptocurrency, and dedicated AI centers. And as a fun factoid, AI compute demand went up 100 times in the last year alone globally. And we can anticipate, I think, reasonably, that trend will continue, maybe not quite that dramatic, but will continue at something like that for the rest of the decade. It's a real feeding frenzy right now. We're already seeing a number of policymakers kind of throwing up their hands in real concern about this. So again, having more renewables on the grid is an opportunity, not a problem. Next slide. So the reason we propose this second compensation component is to promote and allow for the financing of these oversized renewables grids we're talking about. To finance a solar facility that is going to be providing a lot more power to the grid during blue sky operations and not just during black sky operations, or just to provide for local load, obviously you have to pay for it. How do you pay for it? You have a PPA. And so in this case, again, we're not suggesting any kind of subsidy or any kind of cost shift. Rather, we're proposing a new resilience avoided cost category for export sales under the long-established PURPA framework. Next slide. So this is just a listing of possible ratepayer benefits for the grid at large. So to be really clear, these benefits accrue to all ratepayers on the utility grid, not just the microgrid. This is not meant to be an exhaustive list. I won't go over them all, don't have time for that, but I'll mention a few here. Obviously, as mentioned earlier today, reduced line losses from increased local generation is a cost savings. Reduced transmission being constructed is a cost savings. On the second side here, on the right side, the commission itself underwent a number of workshops looking at the value of resilience and had some great presentations on the reduced blue sky social burden, on the RINCAT calculator, on the improved community resilience metric. These are all different ways to value resilience to the community and ratepayers at large. And we would look to see those tools incorporated into this resilience avoided cost metric. An interesting new problem and opportunity is what we're calling critical fleets. And so as we get more and more EVs on the grid, we're going to see that, of course, extend to public fleets, firefighters, police, medics, et cetera. If there is, in fact, a grid outage and various emergencies crop up, and if those vehicles aren't sufficiently charged, if the grid is down, it's a serious problem. If you have local, reliable microgrids that can charge those vehicles, that's a public good. And that can accrue to ratepayers in general in that area, not just to the microgrid itself. And various other, lists of benefits here. Next slide. So there's been a lot of debate and criticisms about cost shifting. And I want to reiterate that I think every proposal discussed today has been clear that it's not intended, and nor does it lead to cost shifting. The question really has been, and is still today, how you value those benefits. And that would be the job of the commission to accurately and empirically value those benefits. And any value assigned for export sales would, by definition, fit those values to the broader ratepayer class, not just to the microgrid customers themselves. And so under that approach, it would, by definition, not be cost shifting. Next slide. And that's all I have. So any questions? I'm here, Sam's here, and happy to field any questions or concerns.
Thanks, Tam. Masai, any questions? I think I see a hand raised.
Yes, we do. I will go ahead and unmute Ali. You could go ahead and ask your question.
Hi there. Can you hear me still?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Awesome, thanks. Thanks, Tam, for a really great presentation. I thought that was a really well done. And can you explain a little bit more about how you see your proposal being kind of in the public good, and kind of how the compensation framework you think will both like address the individual customers, but like explain the valuation of the public good to all ratepayers? I think that's a really important part of your proposal. And we really support that, and I think it should be elaborated on.
Thanks, Ali. I appreciate the question. Can you back up, please, Andrew, to the slide with the two lists of bullet points? You went a bit too far. There you go. Stop. Up. Back up. There you go. Back up. One slide. There you go. Right there. And so, Ali, this addresses your question. And so, yeah, I didn't go over all of these. I mentioned just a few of them. Our intention here was to show a range of possible benefits to ratepayers as a whole on the utility grid at issue that extend but beyond the microgrid itself. And I think the task would be, if the commission takes up this proposal, would be to consider these categories and more, and make a determination as to which ones should be included, and for those included, to then calculate a reasonable cost, or not cost, but benefit to ratepayers that then would be the price paid for exports. That would be a workshop-based process. It would involve, debates like we're having today. It would be an empirical process. And again, I want to refer back to the Valley Resilience workshops that the commission held, going back a few years now, and in both the resilience workshops, and then more recently in the on the record workshops in the last year. So there's actually quite a lot of precedent here, and the commission did contract with, I believe it's Lawrence Livermore, for work on RenCat and related tools. And so that would be, I think, a strong focus. Our list was meant here to include things that may not have been explicitly part of RenCat or other similar tools discussed in the VO workshops. Does that answer your question, Allie?
I think she needs to be unmuted again to be able to respond. We could take it that if she's not raising her hand again.
Yeah. Thanks, Tam. And I think one other thing I'll just add is so that you think that the voided costs you listed in your other proposal, the MRC definitely supports that, and I think that's a really critical piece of like looking into all the values that could be part of a compensation tariff. So agree. So yes, that does answer my question. And then I just wanted to add that would be in addition to export sales, which I like the compensation part 2, where allowing for oversizing so you can export. And so as long as that's part of within the PURPA framework, that is another way of getting compensation from the microgrid. So allowing for oversizing will allow you to do more exports. If that's your proposal, your 2-part proposal, we support that. I think that's clear from my end.
Yeah, thanks, Allie. And yeah, just to clarify, so MRC and GPI's proposal are pretty congruent in terms of the internal sales model. We suggested a different mechanism to set the pricing, but in terms of the ability and the need for internal sales as a key part of commercializing microgrids, we're congruent with MRC. We've emphasized the export sales piece because of our focus on renewables and wanting to stress renewables as a longer term kind of resilience, both from the climate change perspective, local pollutants perspective, but also get strict resilience. In our view, if you have to rely on external fuels, whatever form they are, then you're not as resilient as if you can rely on the sun. The sun is going to be always there in general. Obviously, as I mentioned, in some days you don't have the sun, but in terms of a longer time span, you're always going to have the sun. So from our perspective, it's a more robust kind of resilience.
Thanks, Tam. Next, we'll move to Ed Young. Also, a gentle reminder to please introduce your affiliation before you speak. Thank you.
Hello there, Tam. Second day in a row. This is Edwin Castaño with Southern California Edison. Nice to see you again.
You too.
Similar comment to the one I made to Ben's presentation. It seems that this proposal again is on top of the way to get interconnected, the way to get studied, and the way to be evaluated for a microgrid. So I don't think there is an inherent conflict between the two things, except that this one moves into the operations and the compensation for the grid. So I think it's a similar proposal. Similar to Ben. So if I'm hearing correctly, there's a proposed compensation that is going to address the production of the system during normal blue sky operations. But I'm conflicted a little bit because we do have other various proceedings. One is in the DER cost effectiveness. One is the proceeding about the DDOR that explicitly seeks for solutions where circuits need resiliency. And I know the partnership pilot has not been the most successful one, but but that proceeding addresses resiliency issues. And we just got a proposed decision under the Green Access Program that also proposes a compensation for getting to the renewable portion that you want to be, the additional load, the additional need for renewable stuff like that. Are we creating yet another program that is already being covered semi in other proceedings? I'm concerned with trying to create more programs for more contracts that are going to be using only marginally, if minimally, for the microgrid. Is if anything, is going to create confusion out there to what's the right value of that contract.
Yeah, so I think I understand your question, and I would refer back to my earlier comments about the lack of effectiveness of previous DER programs focused on front-of-meter resources. The Commission has created a number over the years, either on its own initiative or due to legislation, and the vast majority just haven't worked. The program rules are too stringent, the prices are too low, interconnection is too big of an issue. So just looking at the history, we wrote a report on this called A Modern Cinderella Story, because it's, again, a sad history. DERs in general, other than behind the meter in California, have really not fared well. And so the recent decision on community solar is, in our view, unfortunately in the same vein, where the intentions are good, but the details are far from ideal. In this context, of course, we have a specific purview, which is resilience from microgrids. And so there wouldn't be any redundancy even if that program was effective. But in our view, the proposals, two-part compensation mechanisms would, if executed, optimally, be effective in providing revenue and therefore financing without cost shifting to community microgrids.
Yeah. Okay. Well, again, there is a resiliency on DER's penetration, so that's my point. Is another one that could be improved. I totally agree with you. The programs have not been as successful as we want. So, but I totally get your point. Now, my second question is related to subscription. Then, for those customers that do participate in the microgrid, same questions for Ben. There will be some sort of you mentioned the green saver. We have something like that. So you will have some sort of subscription model that we will toggle on and off customers that are willing to pay for microgrid services during an outage, right? Is that kind of the same concept?
It's quite similar, yeah. And I'm not going to go into the details of billing and smart meters today. I think we need literally a separate workshop on those issues. But definitely, I agree with you. There's work to be done on that.
Okay, cool. Oh, thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Ben Schwartz with Clean Coalition. Go ahead, Ben.
Thanks. Ben Schwartz with Clean Coalition here. Really appreciated your presentation. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the concept of oversizing and perhaps connect that to why we haven't seen more, quote unquote, donkeys in the industry thus far, if you will.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ben. It goes to the lack of viable compensation programs. And so the microgrids online today have been funded with either large grant funding like RCAM or self-funded in the case of UCSD, for example. And that's not a model for donkey microgrids. The programs that have worked in California and elsewhere have provided clear and predictable compensation mechanisms that gives a clear market signal. And this is just, Econ 101. You want to incentivize something, provide a clear market signal. And so we're saying the Commission can and should provide that clear market signal to achieve the kind of resilience that we want to see.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, thanks, Tam. Yeah, Sam, you had a question. Please go ahead and state your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Sam White here in support of GPI today, and I just want to follow up, add a little more color to this briefly. As Tam has pointed out, and we all know, there are a number of programs for exporting resources, especially DER. The challenge is consistently that those are somewhat siloed programs. They recognize certain values the DER produces and they compensate them for those values, but it's very difficult for a resource to participate in a variety of different values or different programs, and they can do sort of one or the other. In the meantime, the Commission has additional programs to support resiliency, such as the DDIF or SGIP for medical personnel or other critical services, where it's funding storage in there. The goal here is to get these all working together. Recognize that within a defined region of the grid, there are existing resources. We need to have more resources in general to support load. There are certain recognized advantages to having those resources situated close to load, and there are various values and services they can provide to the grid. But it's been very challenging to put all those together. A microgrid tariff has the opportunity to aggregate the services and the resources and have a single tariff that combines access and the value, the actual avoided cost value for the grid, for all those services, and to compensate that. That makes the deployment of and the acquisition of those resources more financially viable and makes them available for the additional resilience capability that a microgrid would provide. If they are then enrolling in and providing that resilience capability, that is an additional added value at whatever the avoided cost value of that is, that encourages them to participate. And that can help them pay for the added costs of establishing it as a microgrid. That's the general overview, is to put all these parts together that we have, not to duplicate programs, but to streamline and combine them so that we have these services available.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Robert. Robert, you are unmuted. Go ahead and state your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Synergistic solutions. I really liked your discussion of oversizing, because truthfully, there's no real such thing. The only constraints are the physical geography of the site itself. Wondering, in the situation where you have a site with 3 megawatts of capacity and 1 megawatt of load, do you see a situation where microgrid can determine its needs and then offer amount of support city to adjacent loads while reserving measure to be able to be flexible to accommodate its own needs? And can you identify those approximate loads and be able to build tariffs based upon their proximity and the cost of delivering that energy?
It's an interesting question, Bob. Our current proposal doesn't envision serving adjacent loads. It envisions either serving internal loads or the grid as a whole under a wholesale tariff model. We are not opposed to over the fence kind of model under Story v. Richardson kind of thing, where you could, in theory, serve other, adjacent customers. That is actually allowed within 218. There's good precedent for that. We haven't really gone there because we haven't seen the need to complexify things further, but it would certainly be, I think, a good discussion point for further development.
Thank you, Tam. That should do it for the Q&A. I'm not seeing any more raised hands or Q&A in the box.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Tam, for your presentation, for answering all these questions. For the sake of time, I'm going to make this a 5-minute break, just so we can move things along. We still have a couple more presentations to go. So I'll see everyone back in 5 minutes at 2:53, and I will pause the recording. All right, up next is Molly with PearlX.
Hi, can you all see and hear me?
I can, yes.
Fabulous, thanks, Andrew. And also on the line today, I think she's in the attendee group, not in the presenter group, is Anna Farrow from Davis Wright Tremaine, our regulatory counsel. So Anna will help me answer any questions we may get today. But I'll start off. My name is Molly Corcoran. I am the Director of Policy and Regulatory at PearlX Infrastructure. And Andrew, if you want to go to the next slide, I can introduce PearlX a little bit.
And can you repeat the name? You said Anna
Farrow.
Okay, got it.
F-E-R-R. Yeah, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for that.
Yep.
Awesome. So introduction, PearlX, we are a financer and developer of clean, reliable, smart grid power systems. We have a few solar and battery storage projects in California and are definitely planning to expand our pipeline of projects in the state. We're really excited about the multi-property microgrid proceeding. We support the development of microgrid properties that encompass multiple properties and serve the needs of multifamily housing tenants, especially low and middle income tenants, as they are our focus for development of our distributed solar and battery storage assets. And the development of a viable multi-property microgrid tariff that allows the development of projects encompassing multiple properties that serve the needs of these multifamily housing tenants is critical to expand the opportunity for clean energy and resilience infrastructure for all Californians. Low and middle income folks have historically had the least access to DERs, but have been the most impacted by outages in the past. So Andrew, if we go to the next slide. I did not provide background on the history of this proceeding, the legislative history. I think at this time of the day, we've all heard quite a bit of that from my other co-presenters who've done a really great job. So I'm really just going to dive into the IOU proposed tariffs, our concerns with them, our proposed tariff, and then just kind of our final thoughts there. But ultimately, we really appreciated the opportunity to review and provide feedback on the IOUs community microgrid enablement tariffs and the other related tariffs from SCE and SDG&E. We overall are concerned because we think the IOUs tariffs are too restrictive and have been proven to be ineffective. There's been one effective project under the program. I think Clean Coalition covered some of that project earlier today. And parties in this proceeding have noted the failure rate of these tariffs. SB 1339 directed the Commission to develop methods to reduce barriers for microgrid deployment and facilitate the commercialization of microgrids for distribution customers. The Commission needs to develop a multi-property microgrid tariff that is commercially viable, supports the state's policies to integrate DERs into the grid, and promote reliability and resiliency. The Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan includes goals such as increasing clean energy resources to benefit ESG communities, especially to improve local air quality and increase climate resiliency. And environmental and social justice matters also need to be considered. 45% of Californians rent their homes, but rental and multifamily housing lags behind single-family homes for adopting solar and battery storage assets. As presented, the IOU tariffs ultimately do not facilitate viable multi-property microgrids. Particularly concerning in the IOU tariffs upon our review was the proposal that microgrid operation would only be permitted during grid outages. I think Tam from GPI asked this question earlier today, and it sounds like that maybe was not the intent of the tariffs, but that was our understanding. I think it was the understanding of other parties in this proceeding. So I think getting clarity around that would be really helpful. Nonetheless, another facet of the IOUs tariffs that we were concerned with were project caps. I think when the IOUs presented their tariffs today, not every tariff had project caps, but the ones that do, we think these are arbitrary and unnecessary. And the Commission has previously recognized that a project cap size can impede rather than promote the commercialization of microgrids. So, Andrew, if we go to our next slide. Awesome, thank you. Getting into our proposal that we entered into the record in December. It's based on the CMET tariffs, but our changes help achieve SB 1339 and ESG action plan goals. Our proposal encourages customers to engage third-party developers and operators. The operator of the microgrid should be the developer or the owner, not the IOU. This provides more flexibility and also ensures that the microgrid will be operated with the best interests of all stakeholders in mind. We also think that customers should be allowed to fund or furnish their own distribution infrastructure and receive credit or be relieved of distribution charges during islanding mode or other cases when IOU distribution infrastructure is not used, like during black sky mode. There should be no IOU charges when the IOU is not providing any or full service while the microgrid is in islanding mode, and there's a need to distinguish between blue sky and islanding modes. Additionally, this can be enabled if the microgrid owner-operator can fund and furnish their own infrastructure. Owning infrastructure in a limited use case like a microgrid in an apartment complex allows the operator to control the microgrid during islanding and not use any utility infrastructure. As I noted before, microgrids should operate full-time, not only during outages. I think this has been addressed during the conversation today. Another facet of our proposal was allowing microgrids to participate in wholesale and retail markets as an avenue to allow commercialization and compensation. Earlier today and throughout the day, we've heard a couple different ways that compensation structures can work, and we think these are all very interesting and definitely merit consideration. And finally, our proposal suggested that projects should be able to be split across more than one tariff to provide additional flexibility. So if we go to my final slide, kind of getting into our thoughts and discussion here. I think, today we've heard a couple of different proposals. I know there's still one more coming up, but overall parties in the proceedings seem to be split between those who are looking for some reasonable, innovative steps to enable microgrid operation and commercialization, and those who oppose any progress in microgrid policy. I think part of the confusion or lack of alignment here is just that there isn't a commonly agreed upon definition of multi-property, for all parties in this proceeding to operate from when discussing these proposals and discussing these ideas. For example, some parties have suggested that a microgrid is a public utility, but we see a route where a multi-property microgrid can operate under Public Utilities Code Section 218, where electricity is generated on or distributed by the producer through private property solely for its own use or the use of its tenants and not for sale or transmission to others. You state that PearlX wrongly assumes that the utility would not provide distribution services during islanding mode. Since the utility will own and operate the distribution assets that are part of the multi-premise microgrid, the utility remains responsible for providing distribution service during islanding microgrid operation. Accordingly, in island mode, customers within the microgrid boundary must continue to pay under applicable utility tariffs for the costs that the utility incurs to provide distribution services. We think that in a case where the microgrid owner owns the distribution equipment during islanding mode, this would not apply. This is why PearlX suggests that customers should be able to fund or furnish their own infrastructure, and supports other comments that have allowed that should suggest that a microgrid operator should be allowed to do so. Additionally, some of these issues could be further solved by adopting recommendations and other proposals, particularly through microgrid master metering as suggested by the Microgrid Resources Coalition. PearlX thinks the value of microgrids to customers in the grid have been discounted by some parties in the proceeding. I think GPI had a really great list of benefits of microgrids to the grid that I know Ali Dietro from MRC also highlighted today. We think that these really should be acknowledged as benefits to the grid of microgrids, and appreciate, the conversation today around that. And I would end with, ultimately, we really see our tariff as a compromise between some of those that were proposed today, and those who wish to see the IOUs tariffs adopted as is. We, again, find that our proposal is functional under Section 218, where electricity is generated on or distributed by the producer through private property solely for the use of its own tenants and not for sale or transmission to others, and wouldn't require the microgrid owner and operator to be classified as an electrical corporation or microutility. Ultimately, we think a lot of the proposals that have been submitted into the record hold merit and appreciate the conversation today. We do think that the CPUC could, at a minimum, develop a pilot program or a program that enables microgrids for a more limited use setting like multifamily, as we have suggested. While many of the stakeholder proposals hold merit, this is a compromise solution that provides progress in the 5 years that this proceeding has been ongoing. So if we go to my last slide, happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Molly. Mathai, are there any raised hands or written questions?
No, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, well, we can move on then. Thank you so much, Molly, for your presentation. And we're going on to our last presentation of the day from Sunnova. So please take it away, Mark, Jamie, and Adam.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me and everything?
Yep, I can hear and see you.
All right, great. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on Sunnova's Track 5 proposals. My name is Jamie Charles, and I'm on the Government Affairs team at Sunnova Energy. I'm joined today with my colleagues Adam Miller, VP of Microgrids, Mark Burns, Associate General Counsel, and Emil Barth from Baker Botts. Next slide, please. So I'm here today to discuss an important matter that pertains to the future of our electric grid, our communities, and the residents of California. So as responsible caretakers of essential services crucial to our community's well-being, it's our duty to constantly seek ways to innovate and promote resilience and reliability in our operations. With that in mind, we will present Sunnova's proposal, which addresses the urgent challenges we face in our public utility systems and seizes the opportunity to lead the way towards a more environmentally friendly and resilient future. So in face of the climate change, the resource depletion, and increasing demand for energy, the role of public utilities have never been more important. So we must adapt and evolve, not merely to meet the needs of today, but also to ensure the well-being of generations to come. So on September 1st, 2022, Sunnova Community Microgrids of California formally submitted an application seeking authorization for the construction and operation of public utility microgrids within the state of California. SCMC, which is a regulated subsidiary, aims to develop, operate, and service microgrids tailored for new home communities consisting of fewer than 2,000 homes across the state. Now, we aim to introduce competition into the market currently dominated by monopoly investor-owned utilities and to function as an electrical corporation under appropriate regulations. However, our proposal encountered significant opposition from the Joint IOUs and the Public Advocate's Office, prompting our redirection to track 5 of this proceeding as a suitable forum for discussing multi-property microgrids. And so despite submitting our proposal and engaging in constructive dialogue, the prevailing stance articulated by the Public Advocate's Office, the Joint IOUs, and the California utility employees in their initial comments was staunch resistance against the commercialization of microgrids. They advocate for maintaining the status quo of IOU monopolies despite their lack of tangible progress in advancing microgrid deployment. So rather than acknowledging the statutory requirements outlined in SB 1339 to promote the commercialization of microgrids, these entities prefer to adhere to an IOU-centric perspective, effectively disregarding the legislation and hindering the realization of microgrid benefits for interconnected customers. This resistance boils down to a stance of, we don't want any competition. We don't want any changes to our proposals that would allow microgrids to be commercialized and provide benefits to interconnected customers that we don't get paid for. Next slide, please. Sunnova Energy is an industry-leading energy services company. We're focused on making clean energy more accessible, reliable, and affordable for homeowners and businesses. Now, we're headquartered in Houston, Texas, but we operate in 50 states and territories, including California. And we offer an industry-leading 25-year service warranty, and we currently have over 420,000 customers and work with over 2,000 independent dealers, sub-dealers, and builders. Next slide, please. So what is the problem? And I think that's what we're here to address. That's the point of this proceeding, and these discussions are going on here. Next slide. So I think we can agree, and as we have discussed here in other proceedings, California is in need of energy. It's in need of generation, flexibility, and overall resiliency on the electric grid. So in California, a recent report reveals the investor-owned utilities face a daunting $15 billion price tag by 2035 to prepare for the surge in electric vehicle and electrification demand, assuming no additional cost-reducing measures or load management strategies are implemented. So this study, conducted by Cavala and commissioned for the CPUC, also projects a staggering 56% increase in peak load from 2025 to 2035, so only 10 or so years away. Now, these findings underscore the critical need for Sunnova's initiatives to expand distributed solar and storage through microgrids in California, aiming to bolster the state's grid for the impending electrification wave. Sunnova's Community Microgrid initiative is poised to mitigate rather than exacerbate the financial burden on ratepayers by leveraging locally sited rooftop solar, batteries, and electric vehicles. By reducing reliance on traditional grid infrastructure, Sunnova's approach aims to counteract the rising cost of grid infrastructure, which are currently being passed on to customers through elevated rates despite the decreasing cost of electricity generation. Next slide, please. Last year's utilities raked in nearly $1 billion in profits. That's making a $21 million increase from the previous year. However, amidst this financial success, we contend that the California grid is in a state of crisis. If one believes that everything is functioning optimally, and that's reliable and capable of handling future demands, then we respectfully disagree on fundamental facts. Perhaps it's time to engage in a dialogue to reach objective conclusions that we can inform our decisions moving forward. Now, irrespective of differing perspectives, our proposal offers a compelling solution, allocating 82% of power from sustainable resources within the microgrid for new residential constructions. Unfortunately, the failure of utilities to maintain their infrastructure has resulted in catastrophic consequences, including wildfires, the destruction of homes, and the tragic loss of life. Recent events, such as the atmospheric river bringing heavy rains, flooding, and strong winds, have left nearly 700,000 Californians without power, underscoring the urgency of addressing these issues. Moreover, the burden falls heavily on the consumers, with increased rates looming. For PG&E's more than 764,000 business owner accounts, the rates are set to rise by a staggering 17 to 21% this year, further exacerbating the financial strain. So the inability of IOUs to interconnect homes has resulted in a backlog, prompting home builders to slow development. So if they're not able and if IOUs are granted this monopoly status, cannot adequately serve their customers, it is reasonable and fair to allow competition to develop and serve residents, ensuring their safety and livelihood. These challenges demand immediate attention and proactive solutions. So it's imperative that we collaborate, innovate, and take decisive actions to ensure the reliability, safety, and sustainability of our utility systems for the well-being of all Californians. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Jamie. I just want to, this is Mark Burns. I just want to level set and briefly address the Commission's authority. I think this is pretty well-worn territory by this point in the day. Next slide, please. As we discussed in our filings in this matter, the Commission has broad authority under the Public Utilities Code. For example, under Section 451 with respect to rates and 1001 with respect to certification, to regulate different types of utilities in a just and reasonable manner that's commensurate with their size, the scope of the facilities, and type of service offerings. And we invite and expect regulation by the Commission under that authority. That the authority's been applied in a certain way historically doesn't mean it can't or shouldn't be applied to provide for new needs. To the contrary, we believe that it should be. Next slide, please. Turning to the statute, and this has already been addressed today, but SB 1339 recognizes that microgrids are not just for limited circumstances like grid outages and emergency events requiring islanding. Instead, microgrids can and should be used for customers to better manage their own usage through new ways to manage their individual energy needs and innovative and custom operations. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. The statute provides a list of specific issues to be addressed, and I invite you to consider the level to which you think those issues have been successfully addressed. I'd note that I think that Sunnova and others have tried to show here and elsewhere, including in SCMC's microgrid application, how microgrids can operate and their value. We've suggested ways to improve the grid and its performance, and identified microgrids' potential role in meeting policy objectives. But the discussion to date started and stopped at how microgrids operate in the current regulatory framework. We believe microgrids can operate under the current regulatory framework, and that our proposal and the other proposals show that. I want to address something that was said this morning when we started setting the backdrop for this discussion. And it was suggested that Track 2 had satisfied SB 1339. But I think the statute directs the Commission, I think it requires the Commission to take action to help transition the microgrid to a successful commercial product, which I would suggest has not been done, but which can be done here in Track 5. I'm going to hand it off to Adam to describe our proposal.
Thanks, Mark. You can move forward 2 slides, please. Thank you. As Jamie laid out, we're going to take the opportunity to clarify how Sunnova Community Microgrids of California would perform as a developer of these community microgrids, as well as our comments on the CMET. Community microgrids are not just a solution for emergencies or areas that face natural disaster threats. Our SCMC proposal arises from our interest in new residential communities, people who have not previously been served by an electrical provider in a premise that didn't previously exist. And we have some slides in our appendix pack that paint the picture of a 500 home community where the typical system at each home would be about 7 kW in solar and around 2 batteries per home. That provides around 76% of the power just from the resources that the home will actually need. Now, we all know that within that community, some of the participants may or may not actually have a roof set up to do just what I just previously described, but they still want to be part of a community microgrid and they still want to participate. In our model that we worked with an outside utility grade engineering firm to verify what we attested to in our SCMC application, we'd be able to bump up to 82% of sustainable resources. And one of the points that we look at is California's statewide mandate to be sustainable. Right now, we're pushing 60%, but a lot of that is propped up by hydroelectric power. We think the standards for providing heightened levels of resiliency and heightened levels of sustainability should be established in a community microgrid like this that would allow us to have guidelines and standards to create new funding mechanisms to build them. But nonetheless, our application wasn't really looking for any excess cost to be put on the ratepayers, and we understand the IOU's position therein. I think everyone would agree that ratepayers currently have little or no control over the rates that they have here, but the microgrid gives them the ability to fix those components for the balance of 25 years, if not longer. And through our system, we're able to create opportunities for first-time home buyers in these new residential communities to actually increase the size of the solar by getting compensated to provide the power for neighbors that are nearby and to the community resources that are within. Next slide, please. As we stated in our application, our focus was on new residential communities, but if we look at this conceptual flow, we're serving both residential and homes. Microgrids have the ability to not only help reduce rather than expand the costs passed to ratepayers, but through locally sited solar, batteries, and EV chargers powered by the microgrid, they can improve the resilience on the infrastructure. Looking at this conceptual layout, there's a lot of options that we have, and we've had some interesting discussions regarding how the microgrid would perform in blue sky mode. For us, the ability for the microgrid to interconnect as a master metered commercial meter is a significant opportunity. This provides the ability for the contributing members of the microgrid to do things that would just be challenging or frictionally challenging as independent DERs. There's really great models out there right now that Sunnova is participating in, such as the virtual net energy metering programs outside of this proceeding that work just really well. And we thank the IOUs for the work that they've done in terms of preserving those programs. However, within a model such as this, during blue sky mode, we would at least need the ability to simulate those types of outages that occur and would force us to operate in an island mode during black sky mode. Just like an individual DER would need to be in test mode during those situations, we'd need to be running our equipment connected back to our 7x24 network operations center. Looking at the above conceptual layout here, I would like to clarify that there are multiple paths for the micro utility. In SCMC's application, we talked about a distribution to distribution path through the micro utility mechanism. And here we would like to build on some of the other proposals here that are calling for a master metered commercial meter within the microgrid itself. That seems like a very, very plausible path for the IOUs to be able to connect along with us and to be able to manage the microgrid and really leave it to the microgrid developer as an operator and manager verified by the state and the federal codes. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it back over to Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I'm just going to jump in here for a minute before Adam describes some details of our proposal and mention some things that our microgrid proposal isn't. First, it's not a proposal for a CMET qualifying microgrid, but that shouldn't be the end of the conversation. The CMET was never intended to be the single exclusive answer and was expressly designated an experimental tariff. We've proposed some modifications to the CMET and we'll circle back to that before we finish, but just want to be clear, this is a separate proposal. Second, our proposal does not rely on Section 2780 for microutilities. We didn't mention it. Third, SCMC's proposal is not the Wild West of rate making. Our proposal would allow for market-based rates, which are already allowed in other contexts and regulated by the Commission through an ongoing supervisory process. Fourth, our proposal is not intended to be exclusive. In addition to SCMC's stakeholder filing, 5 other parties submitted their own proposals, including 2 coalition groups that represent multiple members. And we think this reflects the wide range of both support for microgrid participation models that go beyond the limited use case CMET model and hints at the possible range of approaches that could allow for consumer benefits to be realized through microgrids as contemplated by SB 1339. And we urge consideration of those proposals. Because customer needs and technology evolve, the Commission, we believe, should make clear there's an open door for and adopt a streamlined process for consideration and adoption of additional microgrid participation models and tariffs as the market grows and develops. Market forces will naturally and properly drive further development, which we hope and believe the Commission should encourage through a receptive process. That said, let me hand it back to Adam to give you some description about our proposal.
Thank you. Just thinking about the microgrid proposal, and next slide, please. Yeah. Thinking about the microgrid proposal that we submitted in our 50-page application previously and then resubmitted as part of this proceeding, we indicated that the microgrid would be able to provide 300 hours of continuous runtime, which would certainly be enough to get through a 10-day outage. We attested to that with validation from an outside engineering firm, and to do so, when we think about how that's enabled through a community battery energy storage system that's in place, environmentally validated generation sources such as EPA compliant Tier 4 generation or CEQA compliant generation that's only used for standby purposes. When we size the generation in our application, we really wanted to point out that it was primarily there for resiliency purposes, and we didn't really build in much of a funding mechanism because we're waiting for a proceeding just like this to provide some potential benefits for us to do some additional upsizing. So we really tried to size it perfectly to what we think we would need for that 300-hour commitment. And as we see some of these communities go up, I think we're sensitive to some of the comments, certainly the PG&E put forward. I think there were some really good points that we're taking note of, as we bring these projects forward or can bring these projects forward, when our community is not at the end of the line versus the middle of the line, and how, we would coordinate with the IOUs. That's the kind of thinking that I think we'd like to see constructively as we build these. But ultimately, what SCMC's proposal would allow for, if it were introduced as a mechanism to bring more of these type of programs together, is a streamlined interconnection process for a microgrid that is an electrical corporation that proposes to connect to an IOU's distribution system. While Electric Rule number 21 provides for an interconnection process for generators, it doesn't necessarily address the interconnection of two electrical corporations serving end-use customers to one another. Where we are right now is we're seeing really, really good nanogrids that have islanding capability, but just the basic capability of connecting two resources that are right next to each other is becoming a challenge. Certainly, as we heard from the medical community earlier here, we want to try to break down those walls as we see them, for greenfield as well as campuses for the commercial community. Given the nature of the issues and the need for further factual development regarding the issues like interconnection and rates, SCMC does not believe that providing model tariff language at this time would be appropriate. Instead, we would like to ask that the parties to this proceeding work cooperatively to first develop a detailed framework for the tariff and then propose a model for tariff language. We believe this request is consistent with the assigned commissioner and ALJ's October 23rd, 2023 ruling, which directed parties to, where barriers or conflicts are identified, propose potential solutions and processes to address them. Next slide, please. In connection with this proposal, SCMC has asked the Commission to adopt the necessary rules to allow microgrids to be an electrical corporation in a manner commensurate with their size, resources, and customer base that would include only homeowners or businesses that affirmatively choose to participate in a microgrid. We have proposed a framework supported by precedent under which an electrical corporation could receive a certificate based on its technical and financial capabilities, enter into agreements with its customers for market-based negotiated rates and terms and conditions of service, and submit as a condition of its certificate individual microgrid project filings that both provide specific project-specific rates and tariff terms sized to that community, and conditions and furnishes project information so the commission staff could evaluate potential CEQA requirements, as we stated earlier, on a case-by-case basis and determine what further processes before the commission is required, if any. While SCMC's application was denied, the commission specifically directed SCMC to this proceeding for consideration of the issues raised by its application. We think that the commission has substantial oversight to do so. Turn it back to Jamie.
Next slide, please. I think we're going to make a pit stop at Mark, and I'm concerned that we've used up our time. So next slide, please. I just want to quickly mention that in our opening comments, we tried to identify what we thought the shortcomings are that need to be addressed to ensure the CMET can be broad enough to help meet SB 1339's goals. I've listed on the screen a summary of our proposed changes. But in our tireless search for some common ground, maybe we can all agree that the CMET hasn't been a resounding success. I think somebody pointed out earlier we've got one project in PG&E. But I don't think that's because microgrids don't work or don't offer benefits. I think that it's instead due to the narrow objectives and significant constraints under which the CMET microgrids are required to operate. And functionally limit which customers can take advantage of them, and that don't account for the value that can be created by allowing resources interconnected to the microgrid to be shared among the microgrid customers, and allows them to collectively sell excess energy and other attributes to the market or the interconnecting IOU. I'm gonna stop there. If the people have questions about it, we can talk more about it, but pass it to Jamie to wrap up.
Thank you. So just a quick conclusion, we can go to the next slide. So Sunnova's proposal represents a critical step towards addressing the urgent challenges facing California's electric grid. But however, this progress cannot be achieved in isolation. So our proposal met stiff opposition, like I said before, from the Joint IOUs and the Public Advocate's Office, showcasing reluctance to commercialize microgrids and to maintain IOU monopolies despite their limited progress in advancing microgrid deployment. Now, this resistance contradicts the legislative mandate as we outlined in SB 1339, and it impedes the realization of microgrid benefits for the interconnected customers. But collaboration among industry stakeholders is paramount for implementing effective solutions. Now, further, we discussed the imminent challenges facing the utilities, including the substantial $50 billion cost projection by 2035 to accommodate the surge in electric vehicle and electrification and the escalating rates burdening consumers. Sunnova's initiative to expand distributed solar and storage through microgrid aims to mitigate these financial strains, reduce reliance on traditional grid infrastructure, and then also counteract the rising grid infrastructure costs. Moreover, we highlighted the imperative of adapting to the changing landscape by incorporating microgrid technologies into new construction, emphasizing the potential benefits for homeowners, such as increased resilience during outages and greater control over energy costs. But despite the challenges and oppositions, we remain steadfast in our commitment to advocating for the commercialization of microgrids and advancing solutions that prioritize the well-being of California's residents. Our proposed changes to the CMET tariff and the broader framework for microgrid participation aims to foster innovation, resilience, and consumer empowerment while navigating regulatory constraints. So I'll just leave it with, moving forward, it's imperative for all parties to come together to develop inclusive and forward-thinking strategies that prioritize the well-being of California residents. So by fostering a culture of collaboration, openness to innovative solutions, I think we can really collectively pave the way for a more resilient and equitable and sustainable energy future. So thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you so much to Jamie, Mark, and Adam for their presentation. We can go on to questions. So Masai, is there any hands raised?
Yeah, we can start with Jeremy at PG&E. Jeremy, go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to respond. I think the first comment I would make is at the beginning of this presentation, we saw some headlines about major events that have occurred, and those are real, but they're anecdotes, they're not data. In SCMC's application that they submitted for the micro utility concept, at the bottom of page 7, it cites that the U.S. Energy Information Administration reports that conventional grid availability uptime is estimated at 99.9087%, or a duration of 8 hours of electrical power interruptions. And then it goes on to say that your proposal would take that 8 hours per year of interruptions down to 2 hours per year. True, major events do happen, but I would say your own application itself kind of undermines the argument that you're trying to make there at the beginning. But that's just one point I wanted to make. So I guess the first question that I have is, in one of these developments, would a customer be able to move into a home but opt out of the microgrid service?
I can take that one. Thank you, Jeremy. Did you have another question though before I respond? Just is it?
I do, but it's not. I guess I need to hear the
okay.
answer to this one.
Yeah. So the first component of it, when we did the design and worked with our outside engineer, the community microgrid from a testing standpoint could go much faster, but we know that we could attest to being able to respond within 30 minutes. And then when we looked at across the year, we didn't see that we would actually have much more than 2 hours of downtime, but there's a lot of testing that you have to do and scenario analysis that you have to be able to prepare for, such as like an outage happening on a day when you're taking equipment down and things of that sort. And so what we did put in the application that would be somewhat differentiating is that we would put some kind of guarantee or some form of guarantee around that. Whereas if the system wasn't being able to perform outside of that 2 hour window, we would actually provide compensation back to the members. So that's part of the way to think about it. And then in terms of how the membership is established. So in working with a partner developer, first thing we would do is come up with an electrical design that meets all the AHJ standards, and we're doing that with a developer who has control of effectively all of the lots, the community center, and then would be working back towards the feeder and the point of interconnect. And then the thought with this program is that as the homes get sold, those developer components become part of an association. And so when you choose to come into a community microgrid like this, you're benefiting from the solar and the storage that you'd have on one of your homes. You benefit from any excess production that you'd be selling to the microgrid. And if you recall from the application, we did a couple different scenarios where for the 18% of the power that we'd be relying on from the grid, it'd be well after the typical duck curve, typical critical peak periods, which is good, and it's providing a good in that component. So we provided a structure where the members would have a very unique, very transparent way of participating, but they would have to participate as part of this aggregation. It's what enables us to design equipment that's custom to this unique geography, the types of homes and the lifestyle of the participants there. It would meet the technical standards, but it would be very, very custom to just like other things that a community or a neighborhood is attuned to in terms of how they want their landscaping, their recycling programs, agriculture and things of that sort that make some of these communities really innovative.
So in your presentation, you described it as the homeowners participating in a market for these services. but that doesn't actually sound like a market to me. It sounds like a take it or just live somewhere else offer.
Well, when we think about how the community is serving the residents, 76% of the power on average is coming from the resources at their home, and then they're paying for another component through their power service from the community resources under blue sky mode that take them up to 82%. Any supplemental power could be provided potentially through a commercial master meter. It seems like that would be the most economic way to do it for that remaining 18%. And then it would be passed through to the customers in a very, very transparent manner on a need basis. And if they don't want to live in a community like this, they could choose to live in a different one. So that is definitely the choice that we'd like to bring forward through these physically connected multi-property microgrids.
I guess I would argue that if you don't like it, don't live here would work well in a state that wasn't suffering from a severe housing crisis, where people have few opportunities, a few choices as to where to live. But that's a separate argument.
I think it's actually a really good point, Jeremy. And just to build on that, we see requests from builders who are trying to build affordable communities peripheral to the major city centers, where they can't get connection to the IOU distribution service because it's pretty expensive. And so community microgrids have a really great path to reducing the impact on the transmission and the distribution grid by lightening the impact on those systems, and could result in ultimately lower costs to the customer through the build costs of their homes and the interconnection to the distribution grid as well.
Yeah, so there's we're in total agreement about the value of decreasing the interconnection capacity, the service capacity is I guess is how I would describe it, and that's something that PG&E is in support of, and we do have our flexible load interconnection pilot that we're running that is seeking to achieve just that. It would mesh well with this concept of
that same type of thinking is applicable here too.
Yep. So that's some common ground there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really seems like we can do amazing things at a nanogrid level, but and through VNAM, these are great programs. But when it comes to physically interconnecting multiple facilities that want to act like a community without having to do unsafe things like running extension lines, let's build them right from the get-go. And people will want to join. I think, and the build cost will be lower. We think it will be really good.
Okay. So my next question is, these are greenfield developments, which I'm not a builder, but conceptually, it seems like these would typically be like at the edge of the existing grid because most infill has already been built, so we're building on the edges of current populations, which then raises a question to me: if we have a development like this that pops up the first time at the edge of the grid, that's one thing. But what happens when a different development pops up on the other side and they are stranded from, there's the intervening grid that is operated by a third party? How are you all going to facilitate that third party, the next party to come in behind you, and how does that work?
Yeah, I think that builds on the point you were making earlier in the conversation, where if you have a circuit where this community would be served by one feeder, and then potentially on the other side of us there'd be another community. I think you're making a good point there, and that's where the coordination with the IOU would be required. If you think about the conceptual layout that we showed on that democratization slide, I mean, ultimately we can simulate the islanding mode without physically decoupling through the way that our BESS, or battery energy storage system, and our microgrid controls manage the facilities that are dependent on it. But the distribution system could still be connected. So those are the type of things that I think they get hotly debated, but we could still simulate island mode today without, truly being opened up. Yeah, and so I think that's a great point, and one that's solvable. Quite candidly, but we do have to get there. We have to break down some of the barriers that we previously discussed in terms of allowing member participants that choose to be parts of these communities and have homes in these communities, or to be part of a campus, as was suggested otherwise, to be able to participate.
Okay. And I have just one more question for you, and then one broader comment, and then I'll let it go. I don't mean to monopolize this whole conversation. Yeah, almost 6 hours in, that is a monopoly pun from a utility. Okay, so here, I guess the last question is, isn't it true that under the CMET and generally, you could actually do this today? The only thing that the problem is you cannot have the alternative rate structures that you're after. But the physical resilience that you're after, you can actually, it's possible today, under, at least in PG&E service territory where the tariff exists.
The basics of so it could be done today if it's two commonly owned facilities that don't cross a public road. If it's a common parcel of land where it involves individual single-family property owners, which is kind of the broader market that we're trying to open up and serve here, for homeowners that want to own their own, have equity in their own home, that's not enabled and would be more challenging.
Okay, then, okay, so, sorry, the mistake in my question is you're presuming Sunnova or other third party, whomever it may be, whether it's Sunnova or another entity, ownership of the distribution wires, which then means that it could be done today. They would just have to be a utility under Section 218. Section 218 requires them to be a utility, and then that requires them to be subject to full CPUC regulation.
There's two paths. There's two paths, which is why the full team's on the line. We think the SCMC proposal uses some mechanisms that are already in place and have been for some time, and just could be sized appropriately so that when we do disclose and make tariff filings, it's not as burdensome for a 500 home community or even less. We think these could be viable down to 30 home communities. And so we'd like the filing process for community microgrid tariffs to just be appropriately sized for those types of purposes. And then just with respect to the CMET, I think numerous proposers today have made the point that we would like the members of the community to be able to act like an aggregation and to be able to export their energy when it's most valuable at the RTO level, certainly from an energy standpoint, and then from an IOU standpoint, within this program for community microgrids, we'd love to see more of the innovative ideas that could help create funding mechanisms so that we could get more of these out into the market sooner, which I think is everybody's goal, just given the sustainability and the resiliency benefits.
Okay, thank you, Adam and Jeremy. Sorry, we're gonna have to move forward. There's more people waiting, but thank you for answering those questions. We have Stephen. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation, please. Thank you.
Hi, this is Steve Neal from the Cal Advocates. I had a question earlier today. First of all, I just want to reiterate Cal Advocates' gratitude to all the presenters today. Thank you for sharing with us all of your ideas. We enjoy hearing about all this, and we agree that with such a new area, there is a lot to learn about what's going on, which is why in our proposal that we argued for a reporting structure so that we could learn from all of the experience that we've had so far, plus the experience going forward in the use of CMET, so we can identify where these things can be approved. Now, getting specifically to Sunnova, one of the things Adam just brought up, which is a question that I had, you keep saying that you want to act as an electrical corporation, but appropriately sized. I guess my concern is what exactly is so onerous about being an electrical corporation for your size? Because you keep saying it's for a community of the size of 2,000, but that's not your size. That's the community size.
Correct.
PG&E or SCE serves various communities of 2,000 people, but we don't consider that a micro utility.
Right.
And
It's a one size fits all. I'll just take that quickly. It's sort of like a one size fits all tariff filing, and we don't want it to be a 7-figure effort to file micro utility tariffs when the needs and wants and the geographies of a community that establishes itself in a greenfield setup could be for 30 homes that can't bear the cost of a substation upgrade from the IOU and want to have a filing that's just expeditious so that we can build these. That's the point. Yeah.
But you want that. So you want one version for you though, and one version for the other utilities, even though you'd be dealing with the same size communities.
Well, I mean, the community if done right, I don't think there's anything that would stop the IOUs from building these community microgrids and establishing these micro tariffs as well, where they see fit. It's for us and others. It's not just for us. It's for the whole state.
Okay, so what is so onerous that you just can't file to become an electrical corporation?
Oh, we did.
So you filed to be a micro utility.
We'd like to do that. What we're saying is each project would have its appropriate tariff filing, because it would there'd be guidelines through a workshop like this, but the tariff in one geography may not be the tariff for another within a specific service area, if that makes more sense.
Adam, I'm sorry. I just wanted to
elaborate. Just thinking about just to elaborate, if we're thinking about a typical community, how close those homes are together, how much distribution we need to get back to the feeder, how much land they have available for ground mount solar. All of those things are going to change the makeup of what the community looks like, very conceptually described in that democratization slide, and then described in our application.
Right, but the individual, when you filed for your certificate of public convenience and necessity, you filed for the entire state. You didn't file for just one location. You didn't make it specific at any point.
Right.
For general approval, and then you would get back to us later.
Well, that would be if the CPUC actually approved the application. Then we would be bringing a series of projects to the table. But it's kind of hard for a developer to invest the amount of resources to bring project-specific applications to the table if our builder counterpart feels like there's not a set of regulatory guidelines that are going to get approved. So
I'd like to allow Emil to speak on this as well.
I was just going to add, and maybe this is where Mark was going, that in the original application, if you looked at it, there's only 2780 is cited for the exception from certain regulatory burdens. It is an application to become an electrical corporation under 218, 451, and 1001. We weren't looking for any kind of exemption under 2780 except for what that section provides expressly.
And our application, I'm sorry, our application wasn't contingent on being deemed a micro utility under 2780. But I think that if you're asking us to detail for you what are some of the requirements for utility regulation that are appropriate if you serve millions of customers, and why those might be prohibitive if you've got a community of, say, 30 or 50 or 100 or 200 homes. That
cut out for everybody else.
You're on mute, Mark.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to say that we weren't trying to use 2780 as a shield to regulation. To the contrary, what we're saying is that the regulation appropriate to a utility that serves 100,000 or 1 million or more customers just isn't necessary and is prohibitive to a microgrid that might serve 30 or 50 or a couple of hundred homes. And that in the spirit of SB 1339 and trying to remove barriers to the more ubiquitous deployment of microgrids, what we're looking for is regulation that's commensurate with what it is that's undertaken. And not something that's a one size fits all when it on its face does not fit.
Okay, thank you. But is there like a specific clause that you're talking about, like any specific requirement? Is it just generally you want it sized more for each individual community rather than your entire company, which has multiple communities?
Yeah, we actually put forward a framework within the application to what the tariff would look like. And that was a constructive example that we think would allow for the same level of like transparency. We know we're breaking new ground, in terms of how community microgrid tariffs would get covered, and so we're hoping that would have a constructive dialogue that would then ask for further clarification on what a tariff filing would look like.
Right. And I appreciate that. And again, thank you for all the information that you provide so far. And you do put forward a lot of very cool ideas as to eventually how a community could look that is a community microgrid. I guess the main thing is just that getting back to your tariff. I mean, because most of this presentation seemed on the application, but the tariffs that you provided, other than the marketing aspect, is there technical? I'm sorry, I kind of lost my train there because it's been a long day already. But anyways, in the spirit of cooperation, like I said, we at Cal Advocates, what we want to do is we realize this is breaking new ground. We want to find more information. And so that's why in ours, we push for more reporting on the tariff as it's being used so that we can identify places that can be improved in the tariff specifically. But again, this particular track is focused just on the tariffs themselves and how customers will interact with the utilities. So anyways, I guess that my point is, we're just trying to, you mentioned, as you brought up in your tariff, the whole microgrid utility idea. And we're just trying to figure out how you would differentiate that from a utility other than you just say sizing, but it's like, we want the specifics, like we think it should not have this, so that we can build off of.
And I would just add that I think that was also one of the purposes and goals that we set forth when we applied for that micro utility was to have this conversation, what has further dialogue to come into this. This wasn't a application set forth that had every single construct developed and articulated. This was a framework that we would then be able to then work with the CPUC, the Energy Division, and the state to be able to define further and work and have more of a collaborative effort. So,
and I'll just sorry, go ahead, Mark.
No, go ahead, Emil.
No, I was just you're looking for specifics. I'll mention two of them. One is rate regulation, right? Each micro community is going to have different rates based on the infrastructure involved there. We believe that market-based rates are appropriate for the reasons set forth in the application and cited precedent regarding the Commission's prior application of market-based rates. We also, in conjunction with that rates, would allow the members of the community to share energy, exchange energy with one another through Sunnova as a micro utility. Those are things that are not done today through utility tariffs. And then on the construction side, this is not a 345 kV 500-mile transmission line. The requirements with respect to the application and to the information required would be onerous, even for a community up to a size of 2,000. And we went through each of the requirements, both under 451, 1001, and the commission's rules thereunder of how we would propose to be regulated under each of those. So I just wanted to mention that there are specific differences that we've identified, and those are set forth both in our stakeholder proposal and in the prior application.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. We have 2 more questions. Sorry, I'm gonna have to stop you there.
Thank you.
But thank you. Ali, you have a question and you have the floor. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation. Thank you.
Hi, Ali DiTrio with the Microgrid Resources Coalition. Sorry for not introducing myself before. Thank you so much, Sunnova, for this great presentation. I just wanted to ask, I think that your vision is really strong and appreciate all the hard work that you guys have done in collaborating with the commission and going so far in your proposal to work in this regulatory environment. Can you describe a little bit more about how you see Sunnova's proposal and how that could be adapted for the industry at large? As you know, the Microgrid Resources Coalition did submit as part of our proposal some ideas about a framework for micro utilities that could be adopted more broadly, or again, electrical corporation microgrids like they're serving new home communities in your proposal. And so just wanted to see kind of what you guys have been thinking about in terms of how this could be set up in a way that's commercialized and allows lots of new home communities to take advantage of this type of proposal should it be adopted.
Yeah, thanks, Ali. I'll go ahead and start with this. And, we appreciate MRC's support on this, and I think your framework that you outlined is one of the solutions that we're looking at, right? And we were sort of saying this earlier, that our application was looking for development of a framework that would be able to then work with the CPUC and the state in developing a mechanism for community microgrids to be deployed. So going through this, they would have a better defined outline of what would a micro utility or a community microgrid need to be entailed, including the regulations, the size requirements, and any of the other aspects that we've been sort of discussing here over the last few minutes. So inclusion of a standardized framework that a developer can look at and understand clearly what they need to do in order to be qualified as a micro utility to develop community microgrids is what's needed to be done. Otherwise, there's this ambiguity that lays out there with uncertainty, and that's also a reason why it's hard to come forward with a lot of the specifics, because we don't have this conversation that's been allowed to happen. So we need to have a solidified framework that's out there for us to be able to look at, understand the requirements on, and apply.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? I don't want to cut you off. Okay. I'll assume that it did. We did have one question in the chat. Aisha did ask, did the presenter say that the Sunnova microgrid will only include businesses and homeowners, or could include MUDs, other type of customers that don't explicitly fall into the homeowner/business category that could also be part of the microgrid, multi-unit dwellings or apartment complexes?
Yeah, I think that's a good clarification. That we don't see any limit there. It could be any of those types of facilities. Yeah, and it just sort of further gets to the point of if they're choosing to physically be part of an interconnected community that's sharing power and can act as an aggregate. We gave geographic examples, but just the makeup of the housing stock and the businesses, the community centers that are participating would require a project-specific tariff that would be sized appropriately, as Amo and Jamie both both elaborated on earlier.
Okay, great. Thank you, Adam. Jeremy at PG&E did have one follow-up. It is 4:01. If you wanted to field that, we can take that, if that's okay.
I will be super brief. This actually is just, I want to respond to the narrative that has been described from parties today, which is that CMET and CMEP is a failure because microgrids have not been developed under it. Very quickly, the definition of commercialized, if you look it up, you'll find various things, but it's some flavor of, like Cambridge Dictionary says, to make a product or service available for sale to the public. That's what it means to commercialize something. CMET provides a pathway for that. Just because a product can be made available for sale to the public doesn't mean that the public necessarily wants to buy it or buy it at that price point. You could imagine I could develop a wrap for a home that takes in solar energy, captures carbon, and produces clean energy for the home. That could be interconnected under Rule 21 and be made available to customers. But if it costs $2 million per home to do that, despite the fact that it's obviously good for the public to capture carbon energy and produce clean energy, it's not going to be commercially viable simply because it is too expensive. So characterizing CMET as a failure because the market hasn't yet figured out a business model that actually extracts value from the customers who have to pay for it is just incorrect. It's that the market needs to figure out how to commercialize the product, and they need to do so without cross subsidies. So just want to note that don't point the finger over here at CMET as failing when the market is still trying to figure out how to solve it.
But Jeremy, would we not want to have more options out there that the market wouldn't have to figure out how to make economically viable microgrids? Would we allow for the market to determine what is commercialized and what is not? I mean, as you said yourself,
absolutely,
just by simply putting it out there in the market, I guess by definition, you're right, it makes it commercialized. But as you said yourself, it's not, if the market doesn't want it, then it's not going to be developed. So with the option of the CMET being out there and not being developed, does that not speak to what the market is already indicating? And we should therefore look at other opportunities that allows for the development and further commercialization of microgrids.
I agree wholeheartedly. The CMET is the pathway for parties to engage with the utility to do a distribution microgrid using our distribution system. We're looking to the market to figure out how to solve that. And the conversation around some of the other tariffs that have been proposed today is around whether or not the proposals embed good policy that is consistent with what California wants to do. And so that's the debate, and it's a legitimate debate to have, and people can have different viewpoints. But that doesn't necessarily reflect back to the fact that our tariff proposal that creates a pathway for commercialization and could work in conjunction with some of the other proposals. For example, the RES proposal from Clean Coalition would mesh with PG&E's tariff perfectly. So I think the attribution of blame to CMET is probably just reflects a misunderstanding of what the tariff does, which is opens the door and says, bring your proposal and your business model that you solved over there, and let's work together in order to deploy these community microgrids.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. We'll leave it there. We have two more questions that just popped up. Is that okay with Sunnova folks?
Yes.
Okay, Ali, go ahead. I believe you had a follow-up. Okay, I think she might have left. Okay, Tam Hunt, GPI. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, just to address Jeremy's comment a bit further, and I know we're almost at the end of the day. I won't be long. The law is black and white that rates and tariffs need to be developed to commercialize microgrids as necessary. So what Jeremy is speaking to is showing clearly that they are necessary. And so it's a bit of a disconnect when the utilities are opposing including compensation and then saying the market's got to figure it out. The whole point of compensation is that they are necessary, and that is what is the figuring out process. What level is appropriate given the prohibition against cost shifting to incentivize and thus commercialize microgrids?
The Clean Coalition proposal does exactly that. So
right, it relies entirely on private self-funding. And while we support exploring the Clean Coalition's proposal further, it's unlikely in itself to incentivize significant development. That's where clear and predictable rates, as with all previous programs, are necessary to provide that market signal.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Tam. Thanks. And, Jeremy, your point's not lost on me, but and it's the end of the day, and maybe you want the last word, so I'll try to be brief. But I'm trying to think of the right analogy, and maybe what you're saying is that y'all built a path to a microgrid, right? And maybe from where I sit, that path is circuitous rather, or it's bumpy, or it's narrow. And maybe I've got a vehicle that needs a straighter path or a smoother road or a wider road. And the CMET was intended to be experimental, and it was not intended to be exclusive. And we don't have to devolve into, measuring, is it good or bad? Let's agree it's a way. Let's agree that it's not the only way. It wasn't intended to be the only way. And let's find ways that accommodate vehicles that need, let's say, a smoother road or a wider road or a straighter road. And let's find ways to get the microgrids commercialized in a broader and more ubiquitous way. We know that isn't happening today, and presumably we share that goal, right?
We do, and I guess I would characterize the grid as a platform that used to be exclusively for the utilities to distribute out to customers. What CMET does is it says, okay, Sunnova, Clean Coalition, whomever, if you want to create a contractual relationship with your customers to deliver a product, our platform can be used to help you facilitate that. That's what CMET does. It lays out the roles and responsibilities for you to contract with customers, deploy DERs, and deploy a microgrid, provided that you go figure out that with customers over there. What we don't want is for you to come back and say, well, our business model isn't working, therefore we need to dream up ways to get DERs more compensation than has already been litigated in other proceedings. That's where things start to fall apart for me.
Okay, we will leave it there for the Q&A portion since we are at 4:10. So thank you so much, Sunnova, for answering those questions and all of the questions and comments that came through. I'll pass it back to Andrew to close.
Hi, all. I don't know what happened to the slides just now. Are you guys able to see this slide still?
We're just seeing a blue screen.
Blue screen.
Okay. Let me just stop this. I don't know what happened. Apologize. I know we're running over time. All right. I just wanted to pull up this just so there's our contact information and our website. So thank you so much for Jamie, Mark, and Adam for their presentation. That was our last presentation of the day. We went over the time a little bit, so I appreciate everyone for their time and sticking around. This has been a very informative workshop, and there's been many great questions and discussions. So I want to thank all the panelists for their presentations. This helps us work towards the proposed decision. And thank you to Pat and Masai for providing additional support. And thank you for all the attendees. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity here, this is Ben Schwartz with the Clean Coalition. Is this going to be on the record of the proceeding? How will it actually be, valued by the commission?
I can say that won't be on the record. So all the discussion here is supposed to be content that has been already submitted into the record.
Okay, and so will there be any opportunity to reflect on the debate that was that occurred here today? Because I don't think it was insignificant. And I think it went far beyond what has happened on the record thus far. You know, giving parties an opportunity to discuss and actually question each other directly has been far more fruitful and forthcoming in many ways than what we've been able to see thus far on the record. So I would be, somewhat hesitant and remiss to just let the opportunity go to waste here.
Hi, Ben. Yeah, thanks for your comment there. So Jason Ortega, Supervisor for the Grid Resiliency and Microgrids section. As Andrew said, this workshop will not be on the record. The workshop discussions have been very illuminating, very productive. I think from staff's perspective, it definitely helps us in thinking about our recommendations that we will ultimately give to the Assigned Commissioner's Office and ALJ regarding the direction of the PD. But there is no, looking at the scope and schedule of the proceeding, there is nothing there for any of the contents here to be submitted into the record that already haven't been.
So is that something that we would submit a motion to the judge about, just seeing if this would be accepted into the record?
I won't advise on any emotions that any party should send. So, if you would like to do something along those lines, I think you know where to what the rules are for submitting such a motion. All right. With that, we will be sharing transcript, workshop materials, slide materials, and the workshop agenda on the website very soon, and we'll send out a notice to the service list when that is done. Thanks everyone again.
Yeah, thank you.